Sure you're not. Of course you're not. That's like a 20 or 30-second delay. Fucking forever. Okay. Nice. So that's how I do that. Nice. So that's how I do that. LOL. Took me forever to figure that out. Nice. So that's how I do that. LOL. Took me forever to figure that out. That's how I do that. LOL. Ever to figure that out. LOL. Ever to figure that out. LOL. Wow, infinite loops are the worst when it comes to audio, at least.
If Steyer doesn't finish in the top three in South Carolina, February 27th, 2020. I'm Michael Brooks. This is a Michael Thursday. This is the 5-time award-winning Majority Report. We're broadcasting live steps from the industrially ravaged Gowanus Canal in the heartland of America, downtown Brooklyn, USA. On today's program, Alex Salmon. He's a writer for the American Prospect. We're talking about his new piece, Barack Obama's Legacy is Narendra Modi. As Trump visits India and pogroms continue against Muslims and the Modi government continues its war on India's Islamic population, we talk about the relationship between Obama and Modi. Is it a micro case study for neoliberalism facilitating global authoritarianism? In Brazil, outrage as Jair Bolsonaro appears to endorse protests calling for a military coup. President Lula saying Brazilians must act against this authoritarian move. Surprise of all surprise. Remember that coup that some folks had a really hard time calling a coup in Bolivia? Happened several months ago. Some people thought it was a green uprising. Well,
Yashkamak hasn't tweeted about Bolivia since November.
Has not tweeted about Bolivia since November. A lot of people have been keeping their mouths shut. Well, it looks like a new statistical analysis reported in the Washington Post completely undermines the U.S.-backed OAS's accusations of voter irregularities, and apparently, shock of all shocks, Evo Morales won the election before that coup.
By the way, observing the statistical patterns, the left was in the moment.
The left was in the moment. That you could have heard if you were reading Mark Reisbach or Guillermo Long or anybody that wasn't totally cynical and had a slight idea of what they were talking about. ODC confirms the first possible community transmission of the coronavirus in California. Mike Pence, the man put in charge of handling this virus by the Trump administration, had a homophobic policy in Indiana that sparked an HIV outbreak. What a surprise there. Did Donald Trump just fire his pandemic response team? And apparently there are a lot of authoritarian moron superdelegates to the Democratic Party because they're telling the New York Times they are prepared to throw out the results of a democratic process to stop Bernie Sanders with electoral powerhouses like Chris Coons, even as other candidates in the race continue to make noises about not endorsing the Democratic outcome of the Democratic primary. Elizabeth Warren reverses herself, now using anti-single-payer talking points from the right, and new polls show Bernie Sanders with leads in Virginia and Colorado. All that and much, much more on today's Majority Report. Folks,
You said a vision of footage of the Trump administration responding to coronavirus, but done in a style of The Apprentice. And it made me feel very scared for the world.
Omarosa comes back. She's like, all right, Mr. The President is coming. We've got a plan. Everybody be cool, calm, and collected. President Trump is coming.
You said you're going to have a vaccine, but this is a hard-boiled egg.
Stephen Baldwin apologizing. It's like, your task was create a vaccine and build concentration camps for all people of color. And instead, you've given me a jamba juice that doesn't even taste like juice. Sorry, Mr. Trump. I think what happened was Meatloaf didn't do his assignment. We all know that Meatloaf is totally incompetent. I've said it many times. But Steven, a CEO, that was the best part of the Apprentice, was that he always would say that the group lead takes responsibility. That is actually maybe the funniest thing that Donald Trump has ever said. Sorry to say it, we all know that Meatloaf is terrible, but when you're in charge, you take responsibility.
Buck stops there.
The buck stops at the top. What sound are we starting with, number one? Okay. So, the coronavirus is obviously starting to sort of pick up notice. This is something, every time we have a kind of global outbreak like this, we need to think back to the global gutting of public health, which started with the Reagan administration in the 80s, but it's accelerated. World Bank and IMF austerity programs to this day force developing countries to cut and not invest in medicine. International pharmaceutical cartels don't invest in responsiveness to diseases that emerge in the global economic periphery. And in the United States, of course, decades of austerity have left people vulnerable. This really is another very obvious and great argument for having single payer Medicare for all as a basic act of protecting global and national public health. Here is a hearing from yesterday with Congresswoman Jane Schakowsky from Illinois. This is on the House Budget Committee. And she is going to be grilling Alex Azar, who is of the HHS. And there had been, yeah, go ahead. Health and Human Services. And with regards to some comments that had been made, and she'll explain in the clip, about whether or not a corona vaccine would be affordable.
Reaffirm, then you're saying it will for sure be affordable for anyone who needs it.
I'm saying we would want to ensure that we work to make it affordable, but we can't control that price because we need the private sector to invest. The priorities to vaccines and therapeutics, price controls won't get us there.
Mr. Secretary.
So that is extraordinary.
Young Will. Young Will. What was that? Nunny. Oh, just Trump tweeting. Oh, Not even funny, yo. It's not even funny. Back to YouTube. And what shall we watch? Let's just keep watching what we were watching.
That is extraordinary. Take that in. This is the head of the government Health and Human Services. We talked yesterday about why having state funding and state industry that provide the most basic services, and in this case, where that certainly was not like, this is John Kenneth Galbraith, who was a great progressive intellectual, who was not a socialist, okay? This is very basic stuff that anywhere out of extreme danger to everybody on the planet, capitalism, we would all agree on. And you have this is not the CEO of a pharmaceutical company trying to undermine important public policy through donations and propaganda, but an agent of that propaganda as head of Health and Human Services under Donald Trump. This is a tweet from David Griscom, producer on the Michael Brooks Show, that is actually really important. So he's quote tweeting Michael McAuliffe, who quoted that exchange. Azar, who's Health and Human Services, refuses to promise a coronavirus vaccine will be affordable for anyone. We would want to ensure that we work to make it affordable, but we can't control that price because we need the private sector to invest. Price controls won't get us there. And David Griscom wrote, one day we will regard the cruel cost-benefit analysis of capitalism that results in so many deaths as part of the massive death tolls of this barbaric human-created system. And that's exactly right. We create the black book of capitalism, the millions and millions of preventable deaths from AIDS, from pneumonia, from malaria, not to mention just basic deprivation of health care that leads to tens of thousands of people that die every year in the United States, is going to be on the books. And of course, we all know empirically that the production of low-cost and generic drugs and state-funded drugs and price controls have been the only way that we've ever controlled disease outbreaks.
I mean, like, we all expect a lot worse, frankly, than the coronavirus in the next 50 years, worldwide pressures on supply chains.
Yep.
And the very first test where he's talking about some people aren't just going to be able to afford this vaccine. We're going to work to ensure that we try to get there, but some people are going to be left out.
And as soon as you have a conversation, it's very easy to say, like, hey, well, look, some health care is like a luxury, man. This is why you can't have that conversation. This is why actually we do need some Aaron Bastani discourse. The most luxurious healthcare imaginable should be publicly provided for, deliverable 24/7 and free for every single human being. It's both a morally obvious and an absolute strategic necessity in an age of, these diseases are only going to, climate change and ag policy, they're coming. Something that's been way less melodramatic, but the proliferation of Lyme disease across the Northeast, that was not a thing. In the same way, a couple decades ago, it existed. But the warmth of the climate has proliferated this thing that actually is very dangerous if you don't treat it. All right, folks. Brent,
I was just going to remind everyone that Alex Azar was previously the president of Eli Lilly, a pharmaceutical manufacturer, and
that's
contributed over $100,000 to their political action committees over the years.
So he actually wasn't part of like a public health group. He wasn't involved. He wasn't a infectious disease specialist.
Nah, he was a C-suite guy.
Wow.
Into the opportunities about infectious diseases.
And actually, there aren't that many, which is another dynamic we're going to be dealing with. All right, folks, we're going to take a brief break. We'll be right back with Alex Salmon on the Majority Report.
Want to hear a funny joke? What if you locked Jeff Bezos in a room and strapped him to a chair and forced him to watch a loop of a video of grasshoppers mating? Or are grasshoppers the ones where the female eats the male during mating? Or is that praying mantises? I don't remember. Whichever little bug thing does that. You get the point. Get it?
Back to the Majority Report. Joining us now is Alex Salmon. He's a staff writer for the American Prospect. His new piece, Barack Obama's Legacy is Narendra Modi, was just released in January. We're going to get to the piece in a minute, but Alex, Donald Trump was just in India. There have been a variety of very aggressive moves, some of which we've covered on the show, including the canceling of these Indian constitution and intensification of violence and occupation in Kashmir, citizenship bills, killing people in street protests, as well as actually more broad, sort of culturally sanctioned acts of violence targeted at the Muslim community. Can you explain to us what's happening now in India from the Modi government towards India's Muslim population?
Absolutely. So there's been a kind of spasm of violence towards the Muslim population in India, which is a very significant minority there. It's hundreds of millions of Muslims live in India, and so you've kind of had this multi-pronged assault on the Muslim community that's accelerating in its intensity and severity lately. So you've had basically anti-Muslim pogroms kind of roaming the countryside. There have been, in the last couple of days, dozens of Muslims have been killed by basically in riots, and then also kind of the acceleration of a handful of kind of bureaucratic and legislative attempts to do what I think the economists called ethnic cleansing by bureaucracy. So there, as you mentioned, the kind of citizenship bill that was being pursued by the Modi government to make it harder for Muslims to gain citizenship within India, and then also the occupation of Kashmir and the blockade up there. So it's kind of this kind of all-out assault on the Muslim community there, and it's something that's kind of been going on for months, but in the last couple of days we've seen really accelerate, and it's gotten quite acute.
What is the ideological origins of where this comes from? Explain the terms RSS and BJP to people, and where Modi specifically fits into this.
Right. So Modi kind of got his start in the RSS, which is it's kind of a Hindu nationalist kind of paramilitary volunteer organization. And in the early 2000s, Modi kind of rose to the ranks as a propagandist for that group. So that's it's a group that kind of views it's a Hindu nationalist group at its core. So views kind of the Indian nationality as one that's bound up with Hinduism exclusively. And so that's I think that kind of gives you the ideological scaffolding of this whole thing. And from there, Modi became kind of a rising star, and he got into the government formally, and he was the chief minister of Gujarat in the early 2000s, and kind of he rose as the face of this movement through the BJP, which is the political party that he represents, and is now obviously the highest ranking member of. And as prime minister, is lead to the majority position that they hold.
And is BJP sort of subsumed by the RSS? Like, the RSS is a broad kind of almost paramilitary or sort of broad NGO organization, has publishing, community organizations, businesses, propaganda units. Would it be fair to say that the BJP actually, as a political party, is almost an extension, not formally and legally, but that it isn't like the RSS is a cultural addendum that supports the BJP. It's more that the BJP is the electoral vehicle of the RSS.
I think that's fair to say. Yeah, it's a pretty broad. I mean, it's exactly as you described, right? It's a very broad kind of political alliance, but certainly the RSS is, given Modi's ties and given where the country's at currently, is very much in the driver's seat of this of the party as it's conceived. So yeah, it's certainly central to the operation as it currently exists.
One other piece of history that we should use to set this before we get specifically to the Obama administration relationship, and of course, we'll go to Trump, and it makes total sense why Trump and Modi and other, anti-Muslim authoritarians would be friendly with each other. But Obama was quite friendly with Modi, even beyond basic geopolitics. But the other thing that we need to put in here is what happened when Modi was governor of Gujarat in 2002, or the chief minister of Gujarat in 2002. Can you explain that history again to everybody?
Absolutely, yeah. So in 2002, there was an infamous incident. It became known as the Gujarat riots, and how it began was there was a train full of Hindu pilgrims, and it was on the way to some religious event in Gujarat, and a kind of it's still kind of contested exactly what happened, but essentially a fight broke out on the train, and a number of those Hindu pilgrims were killed in this fight, and the backlash that kind of arose from that moment was intense and widespread, and what ended up happening was that it's estimated that 1,000 Muslims were killed basically in anti-Muslim riots across the state in the wake of this event on the train. And Modi, as essentially the governor of Gujarat at that time, basically the most generous thing to say about his contribution was that he stood idly by. Later investigations seem to indicate that he was basically encouraging of this anti-Muslim violence, and so the descriptions of what actually happened are so grisly it's almost hard to imagine. But it was the violence was immense. It was brutal. It went on for quite a long time, and by the time the death count had occurred, and it was upwards of 1,000 people, it was pretty clear that this is something that Modi at least tacitly encouraged as an event. So it was a shameful and violent moment, and something kind of set the tone here that I think is really important to remember as we see this violence kind of cropping back up.
So fast forward then to, and what year is Modi first elected Prime Minister of India? I believe is it 2014?
I think that's correct, yeah.
So he's emerging, and there's several years where he is an international pariah. I believe he's not allowed to visit the United States. The national BJP, which is still part of the same, extremist ideology, but he's actually for a little while not, maybe a bit sidelined in the party. And he's emerging, though. He's reassumed leadership of the party. He's leading in the polls in 2014. And President Obama has to deal with this, right? And I think we can go into the bigger questions of U.S. foreign policy and empire and things that we absolutely should. But that being said, to put a really fine point on this isn't like Barack Obama saying, look, this guy is about to be in charge of the world's largest democracy. This is an incredibly strategically important country for us. It's a counterweight to China. There's a big business relationship. It's an emerging economy. There's a major Indian population in the United States. Obviously, I'm going to have to build some sort of relationship. He does a lot more than that. Can you explain that?
Absolutely, yeah. And I think another kind of element that needs to be brought up here is that in Obama's second term, he had basically been thwarted on domestic policy at basically every level. So having lost the House and the Senate, was basically incapable of doing anything domestically, and the real power of the presidency at that point obviously resides in foreign policy. So Obama kind of turned to his foreign policy as a signature component of his second term. And one of these, what I would argue is essentially a signature move within that kind of international statesmanship campaign that he was part of was the way that he dealt with Modi as Modi ascended through the ranks politically. And as you said, Modi was on the international radar screen for a long time, and he was very much a pariah. But in 2014, he becomes prime minister, and rather than taking a really hard line with him or working to ensure that these extreme anti-Muslim views are going to at least be curtailed or sidelined, Obama reaches out to him and basically brings him into the fold as a personal guest at the White House. He brings him to the country multiple times to preside over a session of Congress, and he goes himself to India on multiple occasions, all with the idea that Modi is going to liberalize the economy and create more favorable business conditions for the American business class. And so he kind of gives Modi almost a blank check, in just because Modi indicates that he's open to some market-friendly reforms, and that kind of sets the tone here, kind of going forward.
What is the role of a guy who some people might be familiar with, one of the most odious presences on Morning Joe, always freaking out about Bernie Sanders, or freaking out enough, Steve Ratner? Who's Steve Ratner? What's his kind of background and potential background? And what role did he play in the linkage between Modi and Obama?
Yeah, Ratner's an interesting character, and it's his kind of permanent role on morning news on MSNBC and these places is certainly a funny one. He's a Wall Street guy. He was a bit of a financier, and he got basically busted for running what was essentially a scam with the New York State pension fund in let's say towards the turn of the decade there, 2007, 2008. Obama appointed him to write the auto bailout, despite being essentially a white-collar criminal. And then he kind of stayed within the Obama orbit, and when Obama was engaged in this kind of rehabilitation of Modi as a kind of rough around the edges, true believer in markets that the Western world should get on board with, Ratner kind of did the rounds, did the cable television rounds, and talked about how he had one point that India was actually not a site of injustice because it had less wealth equality than the United States in 2014. So he kind of
wealth inequality. You mean?
Yeah, wealth inequality. Yeah, that's correct. And so he kind of he worked the various channels to soften the edges here and say, well, Modi, you might have concerns, but India's not so bad. That there's less wealth inequality there than there is here. So how bad can it be? And so he really helped part of the kind of wage this char offensive in the mass media about Modi's reputation, and obviously is still kind of around doing similar work now for Michael Bloomberg, as both his money manager and as a talking head that regularly disparages the wealth tax and other kind of progressive positions for people like Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren.
Yeah, I was going to say the only time that he ever talked about closing the inequality gap as a good thing was when he was defending Narendra Modi, as far as I can tell. So now, in the last several years, I guess I hesitate to do this, but I mean, the history is really clear and really established. Everybody knows who Modi is. People know what that ideology is. And also even just a whole other terrain of really valid critiques, which is in fact all of these market reforms, which we always know what that means. It's anti-labor, anti-poor, and it benefits local rich people and the U.S. investor class. We know all of this, and certainly anybody listening to or watching this knows the, correct and familiar critique of Washington-led neoliberalization. I could see people who want to defend Obama in this sort of jumping up and down and saying, hey, he needed to have a relationship with Modi because of the strategic importance. And, didn't things get really bad in India after Obama was out of office? Didn't Modi make some noises when he first got into power of, not being somebody who would stand to the sidelines or probably even encourage, maybe even participate in the mass murder of Muslims, and by the way, also some Christians as well? That he was, kind of, sure, obviously a man of the right, but not this kind of brutal authoritarian ethnic cleanser we're seeing for him now. Is that in any way, obviously I don't think so. Obama has his got an endless amount of Twitter followers. He could at least put one tweet out and say, hey, Narendra, that's not good. But that being said, is there a big qualitative difference in the behavior between Obama and Trump, and is that in any way exculpatory?
Well, I think you're right in a sense of caveats, and of course, as the leading politician of the world's largest democracy, Obama can say, I'm not going to engage with this person at all under any circumstances and pretend he didn't exist. He had to engage with him. That's certainly true. But I do think that if you look at both the track record of who he elevated, especially in places in the world where we're seeing democracy falter now, and even compared to George W. Bush. So I'd say that when Modi was ascending in 2005, he tried to get a visa to come to the United States and kind of workshop his image and get himself out there as an international figure. And the Bush administration decided that his track record was too odious, and that they couldn't issue him a visa because of his record on religious violence, because of those riots, was so unequivocal that they refused to do it. And this is the Bush administration, and this is not a group of administrators that thought that violence against Muslims was such a horrible,
the leading cause of violence against Muslims. The Abu Ghraib guys said you went too far. I think probably because there were Christians killed there too. I think, let's be real. But that being said, yes, they said no to Modi.
Right. Yeah. And so I think that, that's a pretty powerful comparison. And I think that too, if you look at who else Obama elevated or cozied up to during that period, you had Erdogan in Turkey, who initially the Obama administration was quite enthusiastic about. They were close. They initially said that they considered Mubarak to be an ally in Egypt, and then they said that Mohamed Morsi in Egypt was someone that they kind of saw eye to eye with. So and now look at Egypt, look at Turkey, look at these democracies and where they are currently. They're teetering on the edge, and so I think that yes, you have to be realistic about the fact that as President of the United States, you have to forge alliances with people that maybe you don't like, and you can't pretend they're not there. But I do think that the Obama administration did a lot of work to elevate leaders that we knew their track records, we knew what they were interested in, and they've kind of taken that endorsement and kind of run these major democracies into the ground. And obviously, Trump has no real problem with that, but he's certainly not going to be a bulwark against it as we kind of get to this advanced stage of decline for India, Turkey, Egypt, and elsewhere.
Well, what do you make then in the last couple of minutes of that broader charge there, that broader critique that roughly, simply speaking, in the United States and across the sort of democratic world, the argument between the center-right, basically is, this is an aberration, and we just need to go back to the politics of the 1990s and, actually have fairly similar policies. Maybe we do need to because again, don't forget that the very repressive and nasty policies towards immigrants and refugees were accelerated in the 90s in the United States and in Europe. But yes, we shouldn't have these really particularly loud people like an Erdogan or a Modi or a Bolsonaro or a Trump. And then folks, as exemplified by Sanders, but others on the left who say, well, look here, like taking even just the Obama administration specifically, and I'm speaking for myself here, not certainly not folks in campaign or anything, but the policy sets that deindustrialized parts of the country, the utter rot of the political system, as Bill Fletcher Jr. says, right-wing populism is the herpes of capitalism. And then even more specifically, at the time that Obama's cozying with Modi, the DOJ is backing a right-wing, political task force in Brazil to destroy Lula and the Workers' Party, because quite obviously it seems that, because for all of their willingness to work with the United States, the Workers' Party is not willing to privatize and make allowable certain kind of key strategic assets to U.S. investors. The overlap there is obvious. So at what point do we say, like, not only do we need to kind of reach for much deeper reforms to deal with this authoritarian pull, but that actually the neoliberal leadership, for lack of a better term, was the sort of key conduit force for the Modis and the Bolsonaros and the Trumps of the world.
Oh yeah, I think that's absolutely. I think that's absolutely correct, and I think that's something that we've seen, over decades, is that in fact the kind of liberal democracy playing nice with the neoliberal economic reforms, those two things don't necessarily go together very well. And in fact, they oftentimes are at odds, and even in places where you have very limited democratic governance, it still ends up being sacrificed on the altar of business reforms. And it seems, absolutely, we can trace this out in a number of places, but the pull of the business class, the pull of the investor class, is going to supersede these democratic ambitions, or these kind of the liberal democracy is going to fall short of basically the demands of the business class, and we've seen that over and over again. And so that certainly has set the tone, and in a lot of ways I think was probably inevitable. I mean, the supremacy of that investor class, of that kind of wave of privatization and stuff, it just doesn't work with the democratic system, and we've seen that again and again, and this is now just a byproduct. And I think that it's certainly not an aesthetic problem that the leadership is ornery and unpleasant. It's a much bigger structural one, and I think that's kind of what. I think, as you wisely point out, that Sanders and other people, primarily Sanders, and he was in fact the only one who was willing to condemn the violence in India.
I just want to say specifically, it's not obviously, look, I support Sanders, that's obvious, but specifically if we're talking about foreign policy, I happen to think on domestic policy, it's completely, he's in a league of his own on domestic policy, I think, without question. But I get that people want to debate that. Setting that aside, nobody with any kind of straight face could debate this on foreign policy. He's the only one. And in fact, there was a tweet yesterday from a BJP leader in India responding to Sanders condemning human rights abuses, saying, we're going to need to respond, essentially threatening to interfere in this election, along, by the way, of course, with Israel, because Sanders called Netanyahu a reactionary racist, and which is, again, it's obvious to anybody who knows anything, as well as calling for Lula to be free. So that isn't just like making a case for Sanders. I just think if we're going to talk about these things with any kind of seriousness, we need to be really real about what it actually means to take a step in the right direction of actually addressing these things, because kind of broad, hey, you should be nice to each other statements are not going to do anything when, in India, they, again, as you said, The Economist sees they are assembling an ethnic cleansing state while allowing people to literally lynch people in the country. And this is happening right now.
Right, absolutely. And right, I mean, it's just that the economic conditions or the economic policies that are sought by these people are consistent, and they're the ones that neoliberal consensus is advocated for. And it's something that if the pharmaceutical industry can erode the generic drug market in India, which is a big part of India is the foremost producer of generic drugs, well, they don't really have a huge issue with ethnic violence or ethnic cleansing by bureaucracy or however else you do it. If they can add to the portfolio, that has been fine. And that's been fine the world over, and that's been fine for many decades. And it absolutely comes down to the kind of way we think about the global economy. And in a lot of ways, this is the business class getting what they've sought for years, and it's not at odds with their goals. And so I think you're right to analyze it in those terms, because this foreign policy stuff is very much about the priorities of the economy, and it's about labor, and it's about other things. So that's rather right.
I'll trade you an Islamic detention center for a AIDS drug out of the generics. How about that?
Yeah,
let's write an op-ed about yoga together. It'll be great. By the way, that's not a joke. They did that. I think it was in the Washington Post, right?
Oh, that's
when Modi first visited the United States, him and Obama wrote it wasn't about yoga, but it was what they started with, ever since Swami Vivekananda came to the World Conference on Religion, we've had a special relationship. Oprah, stress relief. Anyways, all right, no more generic drugs, and in exchange, you can reverse the Mughal Empire or whatever. Cool. It's a really, really important piece in obviously a place in the world where a lot of horrifying things are happening right now. Alex, with the support of the U.S. corporate class, Alexander Salmon, the piece is Barack Obama's legacy is Narendra Modi. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me on.
Thanks a lot. Take care. All right, folks, read that piece in the American Prospect. Become a member of the Majority Report today, majority.fm/become a member. Check out justcoffee.com, fair trade tea, coffee, or chocolate. Subscribe to the AM Cookie on iTunes. Immediately go become a patron, patreon.com/TMBS this weekend, and a illicit history and primer of the history of U.S. involvement in Afghanistan. What exactly is the Taliban today? The state of play in Syria, CIA, Gulf, Russia, where we are, and more with Derek Davidson. Don't miss our latest show with Benjamin Dixon and Richard Wolff. Next week, I'll be in LA with Nomiki Kantz. Grab your tickets. That's going to be an amazing thing. We're going to stream that on the Michael Brooks Show YouTube channel. Go over there and subscribe. And I believe we're going to be doing our main Michael Brooks show next Saturday. Get your tickets. April 3rd at the North Door in Austin, Texas. Anna Kasparian, Abby Martin. We are now well over a half sold out, so I would get them quickly. Patrons of the Michael Brooks Show just got an email announcing our live show in Boston in June. I would go to that link so you can get your Patreon discount for that live show. This Sunday, check out on my Twitter page, Twitter wall, or Daniel Denver's. Brianna, Daniel Denver, and I are going to be doing a podcast Sunday morning in Boston and then going and canvassing for Bernie Sanders. Patreon.com/TMBS. Matt.
My podcast, Literary Hangover. Check it out. Most recent episode on Bacon's Rebellion, which is something people should know about. So check it out.
Great. Check out the Nomiki Show and the Antifada. We'll see you in the fun house. Left and fast.
Jamie and I may have a disagreement.
Yeah, you can't just say whatever you want about people just because you're rich.
I have an absolute right to mock them on YouTube.
He's up there buggy whipping like he's the boss.
I am not your employer.
I'm tired of the negativity.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to upset you. You're nervous? You're a little bit upset? You're riled up?
Yeah, maybe you should rethink your defense of that, you fucking idiots.
We're just going to get rid of you.
All right.
But dude. You want to smoke this joint?
Yes.
Do you feel like you are a dinosaur?
Good shit.
Exactly. I'm happy now.
It's a win-win.
It's a win-win-win.
Hell yeah.
Now listen to me. 2, 3, 4, 5 times. 847-906-501-457. 2, 38, 56, 27. 1 half. 5 eighths. 3.9 billion.
Wow.
He's the ultimate math nerd, don't you say?
Why don't you get a real job instead of spewing vitriol and hatred you left wing Limbaugh?
Everybody's taking their dumb juice today.
Come on, Sammy.
Dance, dance, dance.
Rand Paul.
I had my first post-coital scene with a woman. I'm hoping to add more moves to my repertoire. All I have is the dip and the swirl.
Fine, we can double dip.
Yes, this is a perfect moment.
No.
Wait, what?
You make under $1 million a year. You're scum. You're nothing.
Excuse me? Fuck you, you fucking liberal elite. I think you belong in jail.
Thank you for saying that, Sam. You're a horrible, despicable person.
All right, gonna take a quick break. I want to take a moment to talk to some of the libertarians out there. Take whatever vehicle you want to drive to the library. What you're talking about is jibber jabs.
Classic. I'm feeling more chill already.
Donald Trump can kiss all of our asses.
Hey Sam, hey Andy, you guys ready to do some evil?
Hitler was such an idiot.
Agreed. No.
Death to America.
Yes.
Wow.
Wow, that's weird. No way. Unbelievable. This guy's got a really good hook.
Wow. But Sam, I gotta get on.
No worries. I want to just flesh this out a little bit. I mean, look, it's a free speech issue. If you don't like me...
Hey, shut up. Thank you for calling into the Majority Report. Sam will be with you shortly.
Do we have it? Welcome to the fun half. Trying to get the IMs together. Meanwhile, let's start out of the gate with a call. You're calling from a 308 area code. Who are you? Where are you calling from? 308, are you there? 308?
Oh.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? Hey, it sounds like Kowalski to me. Are you there?
Indeed it is, yes.
How are you?
Really, no, Oh, not too bad.
Good to get to you. What's on your mind, my friend?
Well, in my never-ending quest of trying to share the wondrous news of our Lord and Savior Bernie Sanders' message of healthcare,
Yes?
I have another, just way of talking to your center friends, if you still have any left.
Tell me. Tell us.
So I'm to the point where you just got to start normalizing it and make it basically the moderate position. So when you're talking about it from here on out, just point out, this is what most people want. It's the most practical thing to do. The current system isn't working. You guys don't have a plan. We do. Just be very nonchalant. Just be casual with it. Just be, this is the reasonable position. I don't understand why you guys don't have a reasonable position on it. It is very frustrating to a lot of people when you phrase it that way because they legitimately do not have a solution for it. So, yeah, I've been seeing a decent amount of success with that approach.
Okay, that's good to know. I think that's pretty good. I caught an interview on the Intercept what is Scahill's one? Intercepted with Jesse Jackson. And there's a lot to learn from Jesse Jackson, particularly his 88 campaign, the Rainbow Coalition campaign. People will look back historically. I mean, in some ways that is a very direct precursor of Bernie Sanders. And he said in the interview, I forget how he put it, but essentially that, like, healthcare for everybody is the moral center. He was very cleverly using. See, I think centrist language is problematic when, there's nothing wrong with owning that's, decommodifying healthcare is a left position, and the left position is the right position, and left is best, right? On the other hand, I think in addition to what you're saying, which is true and can definitely be effective for some people because they don't have any answers because single payer is the obvious choice, I think there's also nothing wrong with the morality dimension. There is just an absolute basic.
Earlier about the death tolls from capitalism or socialism, 40,000 Americans dying every single year as a result of not having access to healthcare. It's just pathetic. Everyone boasts, we're the wealthiest and most powerful nation on the earth. How? How are 40,000 dying every year then?
Exactly. Kowalski, appreciate it as always.
That wealth is bought by not paying for healthcare.
Right. Yeah. Right. We know why.
If that's why we're the most wealthy country, is the price worth it? Is it worth being the wealthiest country on the planet if there's child hunger and people are going into medical debt?
No,
absolutely not.
Right.
So we can look at cool buildings.
Absolutely yes.
Cool.
The fuck?
You're calling from a 919 area.
What? It definitely is worth being the wealthiest country in the world for its own sake. People get sick and die. That's just what people do. You don't get to blame that on money.
Code, who are you? Where are you calling from? Are you there?
Is this me?
Yeah, it's you. What's your name and where are you calling?
Oh, hey. Hi, I'm Rishwajit, calling from India.
Sorry, will you tell me your name just one more time, please?
Yeah, it's a tough one. It's Rishwajit from India.
Rashudit from India.
Rashudit.
No, but...
Oh, sorry. My bad. I did my best. Okay, please tell us what's on your mind. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, I just wanted to update you on the situation that's the programs that have been happening in India and answer some questions if you might have.
Okay.
So, just a couple hours ago, the Delhi High Court judge who was presiding over this case.
Which case? Please tell everybody. Can you tell everybody which case it is?
Right. Yes. This program, I guess, started with a BJP/RSS minister who gave an inflammatory speech to the Hindu nationalist mob, right? And he said that as soon as Trump left, he would clear out the sit-in protests that have been happening for over 70 days now, which were happening without any violence, and the rhetoric was clean. They were using constitutional terms, and he said he would clear out those protests by any means necessary. And he had this whole mob with him. And, the justice system here it's not very good.
Not very good.
You can't really rely on
It's not really good.
uphold the law, but this judge was one of the most consistent judges, and he opened a case on the minister for hate speech and inciting violence. But as soon as he did that, the executive transferred him out of Delhi. So the chances of us getting justice in this case are looking real slim now.
And so that also shows the parallel part of this process, because I remember interviewing Soumya Shankar before the election. Her point was that from the perspective of justice and labor and anti-minority and anti-Muslim sentiment, obviously it was already a terrible thing that Modi was in power, but that second term, and I think we could certainly see some echoes in the United States, the second term was the term that would mean the formal assault on what is, institutionally at least, and constitutionally written, a very strong democratic nope, sorry, we're removing you. More of this sort of formal rollback of the democratic state. Is that a correct interpretation?
Yeah, so we see this as part of the pattern we've been seeing since 84 with the Sikh genocide and in the 2002 Gujarat anti-Muslim riots again. And now we're seeing this. So this pattern of violence has been consistent with the Indian state. But with the coming of Modi, we see an ideology that did not exist before. I mean, it did, but he changed the things here. The ideology specifically calls for Muslims to be eliminated, right? So this assault has become more formalized and institutionalized.
Anything else you want to add? Anything else? I mean, any way even remotely helpful?
We are just elect Bernie because he is the only foreign policy candidate. He is the one you want to elect if you want international justice and solidarity. That's it. Because as soon as he gave that comment, Indian media went and...
At the end of this week is the FEC reporting period. Let's make sure we have some good numbers out there. Any help you can give us?
So, for whatever reason, Judge Judy
Google it,
is
shall we?
Mike Bloomberg's most prominent supporter and surrogate. And, I say that not necessarily because he hasn't received other endorsements. Sure, he's gotten congressional endorsements. He's gotten endorsed from mayors and cities across the country. But she's the only authentic supporter of Mike Bloomberg who hasn't been bought off, as far as I know. Like, the individuals who are running for Congress, the mayors around the country who support him and endorsed him, they were all bought off. Like, he has contributed to them. He helped their political careers, so they're just paying him back for that, effectively. But Judge Judy actually believes in Mike Bloomberg's message, whatever that is. So she really is his most prominent surrogate. The problem with that is she's not the best surrogate. She doesn't do a good job at explaining to voters why Mike Bloomberg is good for them. But what you can see here when she talks about Mike Bloomberg is that he's going to be really good for people like her, who are very, very wealthy. And we've talked about this before. Like, her defense of Mike Bloomberg, it's borderline incoherent. And on television, she comes across as this confident, if not arrogant, really articulate, eloquent person. But when she's trying to explain why we should vote for Bloomberg, it's incoherent. She has nothing but platitudes. And when she was talking to a local Fox affiliate, she tried to defend Mike Bloomberg. She didn't do a great job, but she also took shots at Bernie Sanders and his supporters. And this is honestly, like, almost cringeworthy because she's so out of touch.
Millions of people watch you on TV every day as a judge, and they trust your judgment. Why is this the first time that you've actually endorsed a presidential candidate?
Because it was urgent. Because I really believe that America's in trouble. Everybody's angry, polarized, and it will continue to be polarized unless you have a president who has no agenda other than to do the right thing for the people that he represents. Mike Bloomberg is not an ideologue. He's a doer. He sees a problem. He understands that if you have good education and a solid education as a youngster, and as you grow, you'll have the tools to make it. Listen, Mike and I are the product of an American dream. Mike grew up middle-class kid, put himself through school. I grew up middle-class kid. I wasn't as smart as he was. I couldn't get into great schools, but I got into okay schools. I was born in Brooklyn, so I have Brooklyn street smarts. And I know that if you give children reasonable building blocks, you give them a fishing pole, they'll always be able to eat. And he understands how to solve that problem. He understands the genesis of it. He understands how to tweak the things that are wrong with America. America doesn't need a revolution. It doesn't need it's the most perfect country in the world. And those people that are trying to change it and revolutionize it don't have a chance, because I'll fight them to the death.
wrong side of the judge. That's the message.
That's the message. All right.
Say hello to Corona Hard Seltzer. 0 grams carbs, 0 grams sugars, 90 calories. It's another way to find your beach.
Listen, Judge Judy is worth an estimated $400 million. At that point, like, if you're that rich, why not just retire? Why not just, throw your hands up and think, you know what, I'm going to sit this election out. I'm going to kick back because no matter what happens, the outcome of this election isn't actually going to impact my life in any meaningful way. But I mean, if this election does impact her, but her taxes go up a little bit, is that really necessary? Does that warrant you, coming out here and speaking in favor of Mike Bloomberg and against Bernie Sanders, who's clearly fighting for the working class? Is this what you want your legacy to be? Apparently so. And it's embarrassing. Now, she says that she decided to not sit this out and make an endorsement when she's never done that, quote, because it was urgent, because I really believe America is in trouble. So why is America in trouble? What are the issues that we're dealing with? She doesn't know. She doesn't explain that part. It seems like the only reason why she thinks America is in trouble is because she doesn't like Donald Trump, but at the same time, she doesn't think that a political revolution, Bernie Sanders' working class revolution, isn't something that's good. In fact, it just seems as if she thinks it's a threat. And she tacitly implied that Bernie Sanders is an ideologue. She said Mike Bloomberg is not an ideologue. He's a doer. But I've got to ask the question, what has he done that's so great for the people of New York City when he was mayor? Stop and frisk? Banning big gulps? Vetoing the minimum wage? He illegally surveilled Muslims. I mean, he did that. He's sexually harassed at least 64 of his female employees. What exactly did he do, Judge Judy, that you think is so wonderful that you would risk your entire reputation on this oligarch? She doesn't know. This really seems like a fuck you, I got mine situation where she just doesn't want her taxes to go up. She doesn't think that the peasants deserve healthcare or education. She believes that if you pull yourself up by your bootstraps, then you can make it just like she did, just like Mike Bloomberg did. And she says that he understands how to tweak things that are wrong with America. Except tweaking things is not going to suffice. We're facing climate catastrophe. Climate catastrophe. Thousands of people are dying every single year because they don't have health insurance. Tweaking the system isn't going to work. That's not going to make people less demoralized. That's not going to make them less susceptible to radicalization, right? More neoliberalism is just further putting us on the path towards fascism. That's just a fact of reality, and that's even if you want to claim that Mike Bloomberg isn't a fascist himself. Because I'm sorry, when you surveil Muslims, when you implement stop and frisk, and you turn your city into basically a police state, I don't know what to call that if not fascism. Him and Donald Trump are fascists, albeit for different reasons, and maybe to lesser degrees, but they're both fascists. One is arguably more dangerous in certain ways. The other, still dangerous. We don't really know. So I mean, whatever tweaks that Mike Bloomberg wants to implement, it won't suffice. And she says that, America is the most perfect country in the world. Now again, the reason why she thinks that, the reason why she doesn't want a political revolution is because she's worth an estimated $400 million. In fact, in 2018, she just bought a $9 million mansion in Rhode Island. So of course she doesn't want a political revolution. Of course she's okay with the status quo, because look at how comfortable she is. She is living in a mansion. She doesn't want her taxes to go up. She doesn't want the peasants to have healthcare because she worked for it. She worked for what she has, so pull yourself up by your bootstraps, peasants. Go to law school and become a judge on TV and make a mockery of our judicial system. Do that. Do what Mike Bloomberg did. Just make $50 billion. Go ahead, do it, peasants. Why haven't you done that yet? This antiquated way of thinking is exactly why anything short of a revolution will not suffice, because the elites in this country are so out of touch that they can't possibly fathom why people would feel so desperate and radicalized at this point in time. And she vows to fight them to the death, meaning Bernie Sanders supporters. Okay. Mike Bloomberg says, don't get on the wrong side of the judge. That's the message. Actually, don't get on the wrong side of a revolution. That's the message that you need to take away. Because we're not going to allow you to buy our democracy. We're not going to allow it. We're not going to sit here and pity these oligarchs who have hundreds of millions of dollars, who are clutching their pearls as they see the working class rise up and demand maybe a little bit more than crumbs. So Judge Judy is absolutely disgusting. And if she truly wants to fuck with the power of the people, maybe organize and advertise a boycott of her show. Maybe we protest outside her studio. Judge Judy doesn't know who she's dealing with, because Judge Judy,
Fucking ungrateful losers.
almost has been insulated. She surrounds herself around yes men and yes women, and she's the judge, right? She's the one in control on her television show. Shut up, don't ever talk. Be quiet, peasants. She doesn't like that we're finding our voice in Bernie Sanders. But too bad. Tough. Even if we don't win this election, this movement isn't going away. It materialized, and it's not just going to evaporate into thin air. We're going to be here, like it or not. We're coming for that wealth, Judge Judy. So I'm sorry if you don't want to pay a slightly higher marginal tax rate, but if you truly think America is the greatest country on the planet, then you can't allow the so-called best country ever, which is perfect, to have thousands of citizens die every single fucking year because they don't have health insurance. You can't allow people to drown in student debt because they just wanted an education, have a chance at success. Unacceptable. So I don't even know what to say. Judge Judy is just keep talking, because you're only further making the case for us. As more rich people speak out, as more billionaires go on national television and cry, you're only helping to make our case for us. Keep talking. You're helping us.
Hey guys, with all the fears of the coronavirus and the CDC now warning that they're preparing for a pandemic here in the United States of America, I've been telling my friends and family to stock up on long-term food storage. I just had John at customer service lower our prices at cost. Okay, so we're making pretty much nothing on the food stores that we're selling to you tuning in. 25% off. It's my promise to you. You'll get all this survival packs, the food storage, the water filters, any other thing that you order within 3 to 5 business days. Now, because of the crisis, I'm actually sold out on 6, 1 year, and 4 year. We're completely out. It's gone. People have been stockpiling. Again, I've been warning about this for several months now. So I only have a couple food packs left. I encourage you guys, even if it's not for me, go buy it somewhere else then. But you won't beat the pricing here. Again, I've lowered my costs. So it's basically at cost, again, shipping and handling, all this kind of stuff. So it gets expensive sending it your way. I can only offer this domestically. We are not shipping internationally. So if you're in the continental United States, I will get this out to you right away. Again, very high quality food. I just bought about $1,000 worth more for myself and my family. Has a 25, 30-year shelf life, depending on how you store it. And it tastes great. And honestly, I use it from time to time if I'm out camping with friends or on leisure. And even if it's not a crisis, I really love and feel secure because it gives me peace of mind knowing I have this stuff on hand. Okay, so you want water filtration systems, you want food.
So this next story is truly heartwarming because it really proves that money can't buy everything. You may be able to buy a lot of things, But you can't buy everything. Specifically, you can't buy loyalty. Because, as many of you know, Mike Bloomberg is poaching the staff members of a lot of other campaigns, and he's offering them not just competitive salaries, but a lot of money to work for him. So these other campaigns are having people flee them to work for Bloomberg, not necessarily because these people ideologically agree.
You're listening to Radio Sputnik. Telling the untold.
Welcome to Political Misfits on Radio Sputnik, where we bring you news, politics, and culture without the red and blue treatment. I am Bob Schlager.
And my name is Jamal Thomas. Let's get ready to go against the grain. Today we'll be discussing the craptacular crap show that was last night's South Carolina Democratic debate. Now, I predicted there would be fireworks, but as human degrading to anyone that watched. I took one for the team. Bob was doing something far more compelling. Anything short of watching Flint roll across the floor would have been more compelling. I'm going to go with Bob for some questions later on to check out his ability to predict desperate behavior of politicians. Let's get a little bit of humor out of that. Later, we'll be discussing the latest with the coronavirus, its potential effect on the United States, as well as the 1,000-point drop in the stock market with John Ross, senior fellow at the Trillium Institute at Brigham University of China. Later in the show, we'll be discussing the Assange extradition trial with Sputnik correspondent Walter Smollett. And later in the evening, we'll have a conversation on Sanders, and not just Sanders, but the questions that were asked in the debate dealing with foreign policy. But first, it is impossible. It is utterly and entirely impossible to not start here. Last night's Democratic Party debate. That debate was roundly understood to be painful. I watched that debate perched in my room. Initially, I tried to run it for the channel, and after I was shut down by YouTube, I just watched alone in silence, tweeting bad things on Twitter. I apologize to anyone that came across on Twitter watching that debate. It was painful. It was utterly painful. We knew that there were going to be fireworks. We knew that they were going to go after Sanders. He was going to be the front person, and all incentives in the world. Look, behavior conforms to environment. In this very specific case, we have a very specific objective, and we have very specific things that these campaigns think they need to do. One guy, Sanders, is just taking the black vote. He's just taking the Hispanic vote by double digits. He's taking the white vote. He's taking the white working class vote. He's just won the first 3 states. He has a potential to win South Carolina, a state that Joe Biden considered to be a firewall. If Sanders takes South Carolina, he is going to run through with a ball of steam like a flaming star in the blackness of space alone, just flying, ball of light. They must stop him now. Meaning the only opportunity they are going to get to stop him, to hold back what they consider to be the existential threat to the party, and what I would argue is the thing that will actually save the party. You got to stop him now. So what do? Of course, they're going to put out all the stops. Everybody's going to try to showboat. Everybody's going to try to get their soundbite, their moment in the sunlight. And again, with the option of stopping Sanders. When this entire process starts, meaning they start the debate, they go in attacking Sanders right off the bat. Sanders gets the first question, and he responds. In the last 3 years, the last 3 billionaires in this country saw $850 billion increase in their wealth. But you know what? For the ordinary American, things are not so good. Last year, real wages increases for the average worker were less than 1%. Half of our people are living paycheck to paycheck. 87 million Americans have no health insurance or are underinsured. 45 million people are struggling with student debt. 500,000 people died tonight, are sleeping on the streets, including 30,000 veterans. That is not an economy that is working for the American people. That is the economy that's working for the 1%. We're going to create an economy for all, not just wealthy campaign contributors.
straightforward, to the point. First question, this is what I'm here for, the American population. The American population. Now, that has been a winning message. And by the way, that message won this particular debate because regardless of how bad and craptacular of a show it was, Sanders was able to, at the very least, come out looking better than everyone else. CBS's News own poll came out with Sanders 45% of who impressed you the most in this debate, followed closely by Biden, 43%. I suppose that was a low bar. Biden was up and talking. He wasn't drooling, and he didn't have any kind of bloodshot eye or anything. So I suppose he gets props on that. But you must understand, the debate was so craven that just the very act of just trying to stay above it all in and of itself was a big chore. They needed to score points. And based on the polling, and honestly, based on my just looking at the debate, they did not do that, despite all the attacks that they were putting forth. When they asked the second question, who do you think made the best case for Trump again? Sanders wins that. Meaning what they needed to accomplish, all of it, was not accomplished in this debate. So let's proceed from there. This is not me wishful thinking. This is me just kind of making an objective argument based on information. Sanders makes his case. Now, what does everyone else say after Sanders makes that case? He is there, clearly, for the middle class. I'm there for the poor. This country needs to work for more than just the top 1%. Warren or Bloomberg invoked the Russians, saying that Vladimir Putin wants Donald Trump to run against Bernie Sanders because he believes that Trump would win. That was literally the very first attack piece. Warren says she's a better president than Bernie because she gets stuff done. And then she bitterly castigates Sanders, saying his supporters attacked her health care plan, which she pointed out
life
that non-Medicare, Medicare for all plan.
let the live go by.
I have no idea what Pete said. Biden attacked him on the Brady bill and potentially primarying Obama. Now started arguing that Bernie was right. Still has that bromance.
And
but then he effectively went too far. Effectively, Tom Steyer was arguing radical centrism. And after all of these attacks that didn't touch the main basic point that Sanders was making about the economy, working for the top 1%, listen to what Sanders says after all of these attacks going on.
You know, Pete mentioned, I'm hearing my name mentioned a little bit tonight. I wonder why. And maybe, Pete mentions what the American people want. I will tell you, Pete, what the American people want. You know what the American people want? They don't want candidates to be running to billionaires for huge amounts of funding.
Let's clear this up once and for all. Now, you've got people believing something that is false.
Billionaires. Joe, I think, has gotten a little bit more. What the American people want, by the way, and a lot of the issues we'll be discussing tonight are issues I raised 4 years ago. Raising the minimum wage to a living wage, $15 an hour. Making public colleges and universities tuition free. And finally, doing what every other major country on earth does, guaranteeing health care to all people as a human right through a Medicare for all single-payer system.
He brings it back to the point. That's what he does. After all of their attacks on ancillary issues that is not necessarily dealing with the actual issue that is addressed, that is facing us, meaning income inequality and this notion of a class or a system that works for the interests of one small segment of that system as opposed to the entirety of everyone else. Sanders is making the very basic point, bringing it back to the very basic point. He's not getting off of the point. This entire debate was the exact same way. A question was asked to Sanders about what do people get wrong about him, and listen to the way he answers. Again, maintaining this particular point of, I am here to fight for the middle class, I am here to fight for you. Listen to it.
Misconception, and you're hearing it here tonight, is that the ideas I'm talking about are radical. They're not. In one form or another, they exist in countries all over the world. Healthcare is a human right. We have the necessity, the moral imperative to address the existential threat of climate change. Other countries are doing that. We don't need more people in jail, disproportionately African American, than any other country on earth. Not a radical idea. The motto, the saying that moves me the most is from Nelson Mandela. And Mandela said, everything is impossible until it happens. And that means if we have the guts to stand up to powerful special interests, we're doing phenomenally well. If we can bring working people together, black and white and Latino, we can create a nation
All right, Senator.
where all people have a good standard of living.
And he has. He has brought all of those groups together, blacks, whites, Hispanics, Asians, without alienating each other. Meaning he has been able to bring together a large coalition of people who realize they are being screwed. He is pushing hard on this particular point. Healthcare, education, expanding Social Security, and all of the other Democrats are fighting that very basic point, meaning this is the guy who effectively they keep saying is not a Democrat, but he is pushing for ideals that were almost the philosophical vanguard within the Democratic Party, especially the FDR. FDR will be rolling over in his grave. And honestly, everything that we saw last night was the worst of the Democratic Party. And the reason why Sanders, to some degree, is the cure for that party, despite them not wanting to take their medicine. Look at the number of people who were there, by the way. You had Bloomberg owning up to the fact that he bought various members of the party. You had another situation where people were booing Sanders, talking about progressive policies, but cheering a billionaire. Now, why is that the case? That's the case because the Democratic Party had seats. In order to get a seat, you had to be a sponsor. The seat tickets range from $1,750 to $3,200. Essentially, people of means and creatures of the party were the people who ended up getting the seats, which means that the Democratic Party, a party that is supposed to be philosophically bound to support the interests of the poor, the workers in this particular country, is out there cheering a billionaire. Think about that, the oligarch taking over the party. FDR is spinning in his grave. It's a very basic point that Sanders is making that needs to be understood, that is never necessarily directly dealt with. Think of all the productive capacities that take place with you and the other people like you in the context of your society. All of the labor, all of the work, all of the services that take place, the cooks, the cleaners, all of the people who clean the streets, who serve you your groceries, who fixes your coffee, all of those people, all of that labor, and all of that gets siphoned away to the top 1%, meaning all of the resources of that labor gets ferreted off to the top 1%. Do you realize that Jeff Bezos, regardless of whatever idea Jeff Bezos comes up with, it is impossible for Jeff Bezos to actualize that particular idea all by himself? There will always be labor. There will always be a need for individuals in that process. And yet, in our society, in our country, we have this weird system where we look at this process that absolutely requires labor. Meaning Bezos, Bloomberg, any of these people, regardless of how good their idea is, they cannot do it by themselves. And despite requiring workers for them to be billionaires, you still have a process where they walk away with billions of dollars, and you have other people who are fighting just to make $15 an hour. And then to boot with Amazon, they don't even pay any federal taxes. I guess I'm making this basic point that Sanders and the argument that he is making is getting across almost as a focal point, an avatar of absolute rage and anger of the people in the context of the society that realizes they are being screwed over. Their bills are skyrocketing. Their expenses are skyrocketing. At the same token, their wages aren't going anywhere. But productivity is going through the roof. That is going somewhere. This is not an act of God. This is an act of policy. Sanders is articulating that better than anybody else in this race. And all of them, at this point, are trying to catch up. The key here is Sanders is the one that actually has this movement. Sanders is the one that actually can galvanize this particular group and has been showing strength with independents and has been showing strength as beating Trump in poll after poll after poll, even when the other candidates have not been able to do so. I guess they're making a very basic point that the Democratic Party is pushing back against the person that most represents the ideals of what people consider to be the Democratic Party, and that is endemic or emblematic of the problem with that party. Bob, you didn't get a chance to see this debate, but we're going to get a chance to ask you questions about this particular debate. How do you think your prognostication skills are going to be on craven politicians trying to score points?
Well, I guess a few things. The Democratic Party is not the party that people think
it is what it will be, what it hopes to be, any of that stuff. The party's long gone, and it showed in that room last night of having to buy seats of thousands of dollars to be in that room. And then you see
a billionaire.
Yeah, and cheering on a billionaire, and he's been cheered on along the way. My mayor, I guess I live here in Washington, D.C., I'm a registered voter, Muriel Bowser, has endorsed Michael Bloomberg, a billionaire, and it's shown in her policies, and it trickles down, and this is what I'm really kind of fascinated by. I think of friend of mine, but I'll call him out here, the president of the D.C. Young Democrats has talked a lot about the importance of running a campaign now that he runs for council at large here on public safety. And the other night there was a conflict of timing. He could either go to a local governance meeting with their advisory neighborhood commissions, or he could come to an organizing meeting that was taking place on public safety issues. So where did he go? Did he go to the organizers and activists working in the streets, or did he go to the meeting with the other government politicos and try to pitch himself as the person he should get elected? Obviously, you know where he went. They're not organizing. These people are doing fundraising. They're doing big meetings with Get Me Elected. They're doing soirees with black ties. They're doing fancy debate. I mean, there was a show last night. It's theatrics. Those people in the room put on suits and ties and bow ties and dressed up for the show.
What's up, geeks and gamers? It's Odin coming back with yet another tutorial video. And yes, I know some of you don't like these tutorials, but there's a lot of people out there that really feel lost without having Google Hangouts as a way to live stream. And so we wanted to make sure we were able to offer a wide variety of options for people. So if you watch my previous tutorial on Lightstream, that's a great way to stream if you don't want to download any software and you want to have a more straightforward process. The process I'm about to show you is going to be relatively basic, at least for me, maybe not for other people, which is why I'm going to try and show you all the steps that I possibly can. But this is going to be how to use Streamlabs OBS. So for those that don't know, I've been using Streamlabs OBS for months now, and I've really found myself thoroughly enjoying it. Is it perfect software? No, but no software is. I just think that this offers you the most bang for your buck, seeing that it's totally free, and you get so many rich options with it. I will say, first and foremost, though, if you do not have a lot of RAM in your computer, this might not be the best option for you, because this does use a lot of your processor, and it does use a lot of RAM in order to run it. Just sitting at idle, you can see down in the left-hand corner, it's sitting at 2.7% CPU usage. But keep in mind that I've got a pretty decent processor, 16 gigs of RAM, and I never have any problems with it. However, when I was on my old computer, which was a Core i5 processor and about 8 gigs of RAM, it was using almost 80 to 90% of my CPU. So just want to put that out there. If you don't have a decent CPU, and if you don't have a decent amount of RAM in your computer, this option will probably not be viable to you. I recommend just using regular old OBS because it does not use as much software. It's pretty straightforward. This is how I'm recording the video right now. I have Streamlabs OBS open, which I use. But regular OBS 2, you can actually use this software to stream. As I mentioned last time, there you have the start streaming option right there for you. But you can also, of course, record your videos in the same way and build scenes in the exact same way as you'll see on this video. So first and foremost, the first thing you need to do is actually go to streamlabs.com. And so streamlabs.com is where you'll be able to start off all of this process. And what you're going to want to do is, if you want to actually download the software, you're going to have to scroll down the page and go to download. So go live in seconds with Streamlabs OBS. Once you have that software downloaded and you open it, you're going to get a screen where you're going to have to sign in. So as you can see up here, it has right here, you know, log in with Twitch.
LOL. I keep doing that.
Twitch, log in with YouTube, and when you do, you'll have to add in your various credentials for it, and when you eventually put all that stuff in there, you'll get to a screen like this where you'll get to your dashboard. Now this is where you'll end up finding a lot of things like being able to build an alert box, being able to handle all of your widgets for your stream as well, but also too, you'll be able to recognize that, oh look, this is on the web, I can build all of my stuff here. But when you download the software, what you'll notice is, oh my gosh, wait a minute, I actually have the same options here within the actual software itself, and that's the reason why I like Streamlabs OBS, is because it has the same power of OBS where you're able to build scenes, but also it has the same functions that the web does as well, so you don't ever have to actually leave this platform. And so as you can see, you have your alert box that you can build, you have all the various widgets that you can put into your stream as well. There's a merch option also. You can download an actual stream bot that can keep track of your stream and take care of a wide variety of various things. You can have an app store, themes that you can download. Of course, you have your editor right here. Oh, here I am. And this is where you can build your scenes. If you know anything about OBS, it's the exact same as OBS. So literally all you need to do is download this separate software, make sure you have the correct settings, and then build your scenes like you normally do. But before I get into the scene building, since you can pretty much find a lot of different tutorials on that online through how to build scenes through OBS, and most people who are going to be using this probably have some understanding of how to build scenes in OBS regardless. The first thing I'm going to want to point out is the actual settings. And so as you can see here, you have your general settings, stream settings, output, etc. And so I'm going to go through what I tend to use, what I normally use in my streams, and what I have found to be the best for everything. So for general settings, you don't have to worry about using anything. Just leave everything at the actual defaults. For stream, this is where you're going to want to go in and make sure you have everything set up correctly. So for your stream type, you're going to have streaming services, and then for you, since most of you are going to be on YouTube, you're going to make sure your service is selected to YouTube Gaming. When you select that, then you're going to want to put in your stream key here. As I mentioned before, the way you find your stream key and the way that I normally do it is you go to your actual YouTube page, you go to your actual dashboard for it as well. Let me see if I can try and do this without doxing myself like I did on the last video. Which, thank God, thank you so much to Desire Rises for helping me out with that. But you go to your live streaming tab here, and if you want to do it the easiest way, and again, this is how I do all of my streams, you go to your stream key here on your channel. Make sure you don't reveal it to anyone else, though, because if anyone has access to the stream key, it means that they can actually stream to your profile. So make sure you have everything set up here. You have the title of the stream you want. If you want to schedule it in advance, click on this button, and then it'll tell you that you can schedule for today, for tomorrow, whatever time you want to do. And then once it's saved, and you'll see all changes saved, eventually you'll see this pop up where it'll say, oh, your stream is going to be ready in the next 45 minutes. As you can see, boom, live in 35 minutes. Now, I'm not actually going live in 35 minutes. The reason why it says 2 o'clock is because this is still set on Central Time.
So much knowledge that I don't need right
I've not been
now.
able to reset that here. Let me go ahead and take that off before my subscribers saying, oh man, Odin's about to go live today randomly, and my Valkyrie get mad at me again. But anyway, so what you do here is you copy your stream key, you go back over into your Streamlabs OBS software, you go back to your settings, and then you just make sure that stream key is there as such. Once you have that ready, I would click done because that saves all of your settings and you don't have to worry about it being deleted at all. So you don't have to do it that way. You can do all the settings all in one take and then click done. But that's the best way that I think just to make sure that you have all your bases covered. So that's all you need to do to put in for stream. Don't worry about server auto detect because that's not going to pop up. I use Restream, which is a really great service where you're able to stream to multiple locations at the same time, and that's the reason why this will look a little bit different than yours, but it is the same. Just make sure you're set to YouTube Gaming, YouTube Streaming, and then make sure your stream key is there as such. Now here's where it gets a little complicated, and this is where you're going to have to pretty much play around with your settings as you go through it. So as you can see, right now we're going to deal with video bitrate. So bitrate essentially is the amount of data that your encoder here would be Streamlabs OBS, actually sends your stream out. So here it is set to 3,500 or 3.5 megabits per second. Now please know that I have a connection speed of 300 megabits per second upload and 300 megabits per second download. I've got very fast internet because I got a fiber connection here where I am. You may not have the same type of connection. You might have a very bad upload speed, and so therefore this bitrate will probably not be good enough for you because it'll be way too high. You could also have a situation where you're trying to possibly put out a larger image, like a 1080p 60 frames per second image, and if you're doing that, then you're going to want to have a higher encoding setting for your bitrate there. The way you'll be able to know is if you go to just YouTube bitrate settings, it'll tell you how much bitrate you need, minimum and maximum, for YouTube services. Every single streaming service, whether it's Twitch or YouTube or DLive, they all have certain standards that must be met. So you could possibly on your own end up putting too much data out there to the point where it's just constantly going to be buffering because you're overloading their system, or it could be you don't have enough data coming out per second, and so therefore it won't, it'll constantly lag, it'll constantly have a bad connection. So you're going to play around with this. I've found that the sweet spot is between 3,500 and 3,700 for those that have a good internet connection if you're going to be streaming at 720p, which I highly recommend because many people are not able to stream at anything higher than this, and you find yourself falling into a lot of issues where the stream cuts out for a lot of people. So that's the reason why I've switched my own streams to 720p, especially since I don't game. You don't really have to have anything higher than 720p for a normal stream. if all you're going to be doing is talking to every other person that's there. So therefore I have that set at 3500. The software encoder, I just have that set to the standard software X264. Basically what this means is if you have a graphics card, you can have it be where all the work is done on your graphics card instead of on your actual processor. The reason why people oftentimes recommend the software is because sometimes you can find yourself falling into hiccups if you're trying to run this through your actual processor rather than letting the software handle it for you. It can cause a lot of issues. It's better for you to have this held up in your RAM than it is for it to be bogging up your system, and that's the reason why it ends up being set there instead. Audio bitrate 160, you can play around with this too. This one doesn't really matter nearly as much, but I have it set to 160, which is a pretty standard amount. Enable advanced encoder settings, enforce streaming service bitrate limits. And again, this all this does is just make sure you're not going to be going too much past what you need to do. And then for encoder preset, I have ultra fast. You can play around with this too. Just know that as you can see here, encoder preset, the higher it is, the less CPU usage you actually have. And so therefore, if you have a good CPU, you can have it be actually lower because it'll use less of your CPU. But of course, you'll play around with this. These are the settings that you'll most likely play around with the most, especially that bitrate setting if you're having actual stream issues, which is why I recommend practicing and doing a test stream before actually going live on the channel. This is all about testing things out when you're using an encoder like this, which is why I try to recommend live stream for those that do not want to actually spend the time and the patience not only building scenes, but also making sure that their stream comes out the way that it should. Audio input, keep this on standard 44.1 kilohertz stereo sound. That's going to be the same. Here I recommend highly that you set it to 1280 by 720, and then make sure it's a 720 stream. So again, just make sure 720p for the actual canvas. This means what the actual stream is. So as you can see right here, the canvas you see right in front of you in the editor is a 720p resolution. And so if you change this, you'll see that the resolution will also change. Just make sure you set it to 720p, I recommend. So that way the output can also be 720p.
ties and dressed up for the show. This is all show for them. And then you see somebody like Congressmember Jim Clyburn, who is the highest-ranking black member of Congress. He's the majority whip in Congress, coming out today and endorsing Joe Biden in South Carolina ahead of the primary there on Saturday. Jim Clyburn gets something out of it. If Joe Biden becomes president somehow, he gets something. Yeah. The everyday black voter in South Carolina, they don't get anything if Joe Biden is the president. That's what shows it so out of step that these people, the Muriel Bowsers of the world, the Jim Clyburns of the world, they're thinking about what they can get, endorsing these presidential candidates like Biden and Bloomberg to the masses, saying, oh, they'll help you. They know that's not going to help anybody else besides themselves. That's what's so disgusting. Let's take a quick break and let's get back and you tell me more about this debate that I almost want to watch it now because it was so boring. It was so awful.
It wasn't boring. It was just painful.
And there's something attractive to pain. So I was like, well, I
Because
watch
who's
it.
this being
But
distributed
I'm going to
to?
take your word not to watch it. But let's play some clips so you can tell me a little bit more about what happened. You're listening to Political Misfits live here in Washington, D.C. on Radio Sputnik. We're back after this.
We call Fault Lines with Nixon and Stranahan the most disruptive radio show in America. It's a great show, and we have a lot of fun. We come to you live from Washington, D.C. every Monday through Friday morning. What I like best is that we bring in experts from all over the world. From Barcelona, from Egypt, from Seoul, South Korea, from Newark, New Jersey. We try to bring people great guests, great calls from our listeners, and, of course, stupid jokes. And we do it with two hosts that have very different viewpoints. Now, here's the thing, Garland. A lot of people would think you and I would just argue. I mean, I'm a Republican Trump supporter. And, of course, I am a progressive Democrat Bernie Sanders supporter. The surprising thing is how much we actually agree on. And you won't be surprised because you're going to find out just how much you agree and just how much you enjoy this show.
Welcome back to Political Misfits, the show that goes against the grain. My name is Jamal Thomas. I'm here with my fortunate co-host, Bob Schlayhuber. Fortunate because Bob didn't have the chance to, or didn't need to watch that craptacular crap show that was the Democratic debate in South Carolina. If you'd like to call in to discuss the debate and anything else, feel free to call at 202-521-1320. That's 202-521-1320. So, Bob, I was watching the show. All of us were texting each other last night. And...
Bitch.
Smart.
Son of a fucking bitch.
Bow ties and dressed up for the show. This is all show for them. And then you see somebody like Congressmember Jim Clyburn, who is the highest-ranking black member of Congress. He's the majority whip in Congress, coming out today and endorsing Joe Biden in South Carolina ahead of the primary there on Saturday. Jim Clyburn gets something out of it. If Joe Biden becomes president somehow, he gets something. Yeah. The everyday black voter in South Carolina, they don't get anything if Joe Biden is president. That's what shows it so out of step that these people, the Muriel Bowsers of the world, the Jim Clyburns of the world, they're thinking about what they can get, endorsing these presidential candidates like Biden and Bloomberg to the masses, saying, oh, they'll help you. They know that's not going to help anybody else besides themselves. That's what's so disgusting to see. Let's take a quick break and let's get back and you tell me more about this debate that I almost want to watch it now because it was so boring. It's so awful.
It wasn't boring. It was just painful.
And there's something attractive to pain.
Sometimes.
So I was like, want to watch it.
Is being
But I'm going to take your word not to watch it. But let's play some clips so you can tell me a little bit more about what happened. You're listening to Political Misfits live here in Washington, D.C. on Radio Sputnik. We're back after this.
We
call Fault Lines with Nixon and Stranahan the most disruptive radio show in America. It's a great show, and we have a lot of fun. We come to you live from Washington, D.C. every Monday through Friday morning. What I like best is that we bring in experts from all over the world. From Barcelona, from Egypt, from Seoul, South Korea, from Newark, New Jersey. We try to bring people great guests, great calls from our listeners, and, of course, stupid jokes. And we do it with two hosts that have very different viewpoints. Now, here's the thing, Garland. A lot of people would think you and I would just argue. I mean, I'm a Republican Trump supporter. And, of course, I am a progressive Democrat Bernie Sanders supporter. The surprising thing is how much we actually agree on. And you won't be surprised because you're going to find out just how much you agree and just how much you enjoy this show.
Welcome back to Political Misfits, the show that goes against the grain. My name is Jamal Thomas. I'm here with my fortunate co-host, Bob Schlehuber. Fortunate because Bob didn't have the chance to, or didn't need to watch that craptacular crap show that was the Democratic debate in South Carolina. If you'd like to call in to discuss debate and anything else, feel free to call at 202-521-1320. That's 202-521-1320. So, Bob, I was watching the show. All of us were texting each other last night. And I think we were both like, oh, God, this is painful. This is so degrading. I think Cristobal tweeted out something like, no one won in this debate, only people who didn't watch
that's what
the
happened.
debate.
Yeah, I was at a class, and so I was checking my phone here and there just to see if anything crazy was happening or exciting. And you and our producer, Michelle, were saying that it was painful to watch. And I get out of the class, and that I see Cristobal tweeted out, the only people that won this debate tonight were those who hadn't watched it. And I said, hey, I'm winning right now. Why would I go home and watch this thing?
It puts you in the mind of WrestleMania. At least to me, that's the way I experienced it, where Hulk Hogan would get beat up, and it's like they're like 4 or 5 goons hitting him, and you know it's like, God, man, he's just a man, and all of these people hitting him. Well, the difference is Sanders came out of this looking pretty well. I mean, basically, he stuck to the main point.
Okay.
I'm here to fight for the working class.
Good strategy.
Right. So everybody else, not so much. So, all right. So, softball. What did Mike Bloomberg say about the Democrats elected in 2018? A, I supported them. B, I coordinated with them. C, I bought them.
Well, yeah, I think we've already leaned into the he bought them. So here now telling me what Michael Bloomberg said. Yeah, he said he bought them. He hosted them. They all owe him. How dare any of them endorse anybody but me? And if we don't win this thing, we need to leave the party immediately. That's what he said. I bought them all.
All right, let's hear the clip.
Please. Let's just go on the record. They talked about 40 Democrats. 21 of those were people that I spent $100 million to help elect. All of the new Democrats that came in put Nancy Pelosi in charge and gave the Congress the ability to control this president. I got the...
I like Pete's little laugh in the background. That's fascinating. When you're a billionaire, you can just buy people. That's pretty cool. Maybe I'll be a billionaire one day. That's what Pete was thinking. Maybe I'll be a billionaire. This guy's pretty cool. Oh, he just buys people. I can just buy people. That's great.
Freudian slip. I just bought them. I mean, Bloomberg spent billions into the political
Let's just get
space
this
over
on
the last
record.
few
This
years.
stuff's on record, first of all. You can see who donates to people in most situations, unless it's all dark money, and then he's like pushing via PACs, which I'm sure he's doing as well.
Bought them. All right, so we have another one. Another debate highlight. What country leader did Joe Biden call a thug and threaten to invade? This was utterly astonishing in the way it was framed. A, China.
Okay.
B, Cuba. C, Venezuela.
My initial thought before my options was Venezuela. So I'm going to go with Venezuela. That's where he went, with Nicolas Maduro.
Let's hear the clip.
And here's the deal. I would be on the phone with China and making it clear. We are going to need to be in your country. You have to be open.
What?
You have to be clear. We have to know what's going on. We have to be there with you and insist on it and insist.
I like that we have to be in your country. Well, our debt is in your country already. So we are clearly already in your country, my dude.
I'm just always enamored by the way America can attack other leaders of relentlessly slander and smear the leaders of other countries. There used to be like a fig leaf of congeniality. We're talking about other leaders. He's like, this is literally the number 2 superpower. If you're talking about from the standpoint of like economics, we have a relationship with them that is tethered, like inextricably linked. And we're calling the guy a thug, and that this is astonishing stuff. Can you imagine somebody, the president of the United States is a thug, and we're going to get in the United States?
I didn't have a chance to watch the debate last night, as I mentioned, and so we're talking a little bit about the different clips. So there was a presidential debate. Did Joe Biden do a senatorial debate as well, since he's running for Senate at the same time, apparently, after he said, I'm running for Senate the other day? Or was he on stage with the presidential candidates?
Well,
I cleared things up. He is running for president.
He is running for president.
I want to make sure.
So here's one more. So maybe this one will get you. But the last one stumped you. So
that one
you
stumped
went
me.
for one.
Did nobody bring up Nicolas Maduro? Is he done? We're done with that conversation?
I think we are, at least for the time being. Mayor Pete used the question about Idlib, Syria to do what? A, attack Bernie Sanders on Russiagate. B, attack Bernie Sanders on healthcare. C, attack Bernie Sanders for supporting dictators.
I guess it sounds like the dictator thing. That's where we're going. I'm surprised there's not like a section D on him talking about how important it was he served. Did not slide in. I'm a veteran.
Right. He always slides that in.
I'm a veteran. I'm going to go with C as
All
my
right,
answer.
all right.
He attacks Bernie Sanders on supporting dictators.
Clip.
And this is one of the reasons we have got to change the balance of power in the region, because the president has basically vanished from the stage when it comes to even playing a role in the future. Turkey, Russia, Iran all have so much more of a say than we do. We don't have to be invading countries. We have to be making a difference, working with our international partners in order to deliver peace and support those who are standing up for self-determination. Now, I want to come back to something, and I promise it relates to international affairs, because Senator Sanders asked me a question earlier. He asked the question of whether health care for everybody is a radical idea. And it's not, which is why I'm for it. Very much in a different way, though. What is a radical idea is completely eliminating all private insurance. And part of how you know it is that no industrialized country has gone that far.
You're so
loathsome. You went with healthcare.
You're so loathsome. There's a clip on here. One of the questions I wanted to ask was like, all right, Bob, who do you believe is smug enough to just, with a rhetorical question, just starts talking for 30 to 40 seconds over top of the other person that is apparently...
That's what it was last night, just people over talking.
Yeah, but Buttigieg was that much more egregious. Sanders was answering a question, and he says, well, tell me, Pete. Now, he's doing this entirely rhetorical. Pete just says, well, if you're asking me, well, I'm going to say, but... I mean, I think that Bernie Sanders, you're asking me the question, I'm going to respond to the question. And he does that for 40 seconds. What is moderators just got to be back there chilling?
The United States, and this again, it's always where I'm like, I feel crazy. I feel crazy pushing back on this stuff, because this stuff's like, it's weird when stuffs are facts. And I know we do a news talk analysis, and so a lot of it's opinions. But when the United States has 800 military bases around the world, and some 60 to 70,000 troops in the Middle East, how are you, Pete Buttigieg, talking about how we don't need to invade other countries to have power? We're already there, my dude. You're already there. You're already in those situations. So there's like nothing else that needs to be done. If you just maintain the status quo, all of the things that the U.S. military is breaking around the world will continue. It doesn't matter if Donald Trump is the president, who is the president, if we maintain those bases and troops in those regions, even a status quo and doing it well.
Yeah.
I mean, the stuff with Pete Buttigieg, the thing that drives me, he constantly goes back, I served in the military. And let me tell you one thing. When I was in the military, you learn how all Americans are Americans.
Yeah.
It's like, that's not true. You're like a white dude in the military. People are cool with you. You come back home and like, we live in 2020. The long way to go as a society around gay equality, but we've made great strides.
Yes.
Racial equality, not quite there yet. Trans equality, not quite there yet. For white gay men who live in liberal college towns, like you're doing okay. And for him to use his, I served in the military, so I know at the heart of all Americans, they're good, strong people, and America just could do wars better. And if we could just have better authorization of the wars with 3-year sunsets that allow us to walk graciously away from things after we blow people up. I'm Pete Buttigieg. Healthcare. What? Like, why was that pivot? That doesn't make any sense.
Because he was trying to go after Sanders on the healthcare thing. He's so fake. He's so fake. And it's like, I watch them like, there are people out there that actually believe Pete Buttigieg is being real. He's an actor. Like, it's so aggravating. Like, look, my pet peeve when I watch this stuff, I just want somebody authentic. Like, even if I don't like what you're telling me, at the very least, be authentic.
How was Tom Steyer last night?
No, Tom Steyer
Was he authentic? He feels authentic. He
Tom
feels like
Steyer
just
ended
a
up
guy up there just meandering around.
Well,
it feels very real.
In this particular case, he ended up getting into fights with Biden over private prisons. Biden went after him full bore on private prisons. Steyer was pissed. He was like, "Oh, how dare you, sir!" Like those pushed
I
back.
bought a website to impeach Donald Trump, and you're attacking me. How dare you?
It was a human cockfight. Everybody was going after everyone else, and that's what I mean when I say they needed to have a big out there moment. And so all incentives in the world was pushing them to do that. The problem is that you ended up with this situation where Sanders just stuck the script. I'm not, like, he defended certain things like the Cuba thing, which was like, yes. The Palestinian thing, yes. You had lefties who was like, yes, like cheering this, but never hearing this stuff before. And even this honesty about America's foreign policy. We have that clip. We'll talk about that later on. But it's just really, really, it was a fascinating debate in that sense, but they didn't accomplish what they needed.
Where was the Warren attacks on Bloomberg? Was it not a strategy that seemed to get her much more than money from the last time?
Yeah, so the first time around when she attacked Bloomberg, it seemed to get a lot of bang for the buck. Like, it was just viral. Like, oh my God, he's damaged, he's wounded. She tried to do that this time around. She asked him a question basically saying that, kill a baby. It was that type of thing in the debate. People were like, whoa, she's talking about kill a baby, boo! And the crowd, who needed to be sponsored, essentially wealthy sponsors. We don't even know if Bloomberg sponsored these people to be there, so we don't know what that crowd. But they have to be wealthy to be sitting there. Booed her when she brought up this notion of Bloomberg harassing a woman, telling a woman to kill her pregnant baby. But she goes back and forth with that, and it didn't seem like the energy was there for it, even though Warren was kind of pushing on it. There's a great clip with Chris Matthews, where Chris Matthews is like, "You really believe he said that?" And Warren is like, "Yeah." "Why do you believe he said that?" Warren is like, "I believe the woman." "Why do you believe the woman? Are you really certain you believe the woman? You believe he's that type of guy?" And like Chris Matthews is asking her like 10 times over and over and over.
Did Bloomberg seemingly prepare better for this debate this time?
Just modestly so. I mean, he's just onerous as a person. I mean, like, and I mean that from the standpoint of anybody on the left, just looking at him in that debate, spending $500 million with the notion of using that money to attack the person who's the most popular in that debate, but also just being on that stage, knowing he just bought his way on that stage. You also have this weird effect of Bloomberg. Look, how he talks, but also what he says does not necessarily work all that well on that stage. And he tries all sorts of jokes. They fell flat. It just doesn't work.
Yeah, it's interesting too to see the dichotomy between like a rich person on stage and a lot of wealth in the audience as well, where they're like for him, but they're also kind of like, "You're not that funny guy," like at the same time pushing back, which is quite interesting. Jamal, let's go to another break. We're going to be talking about the coronavirus, COVID-19, when we get back in its relationship with the Dow Jones and global stock markets and the economy. We'll be joined by John Ross for that discussion. Give us a call at 202-521-1320. If you have anything to say about the debate last night, COVID-19, and after that conversation, we'll talk about the latest from the case of Julian Assange in London. You're listening to Political Misfits live in Washington, D.C. on Radio Sputnik. We'll be back after this.
What's the most important hour of the day? It's the Critical Hour with Dr. Wilmer Leon. On this show, we don't just deliver the latest headlines. We divide the real from the fake. Tune in to hear from some of the most brilliant political minds of today. Get in-depth news and analysis that goes beyond the surface and digs straight into the details. Set your clock to the Critical Hour for a news perspective unlike any of those other guys. Tune in to the Critical Hour with Dr. Wilmer Leon, weekdays 6 to 7 p.m. Eastern, and catch us on Facebook Live. You're listening to Radio Sputnik.
Welcome back to Political Misfits on Radio Sputnik, where we bring you news, politics, and culture without the red and blue treatment. I am Bob Schlaver. I'm here with Jamarl Thomas. We've been talking about the Democratic debate last night and some of the head scratchers it gave us. If you got any thoughts on the candidates' performances or on our next conversation as we talk about COVID-19, known as the coronavirus and its relationship with the economy, give us a call at 202-521-1320. Turning to the economy now, in the U.S. stock market, which has been swinging pretty wildly here the last few days. It had its worst two performances in a couple of years on Monday and Tuesday, when at its lowest point, the Dow Jones had dropped nearly 930 points, or 3.3%. I think it was like $1.7 trillion was wiped out there. Market Watch noted that the indicator ended on Tuesday down nearly 880 points to mark its sharpest ever two-session slide in points term, losing about 1,910 points, according to the Dow Jones market data. So we want to talk a little bit more about why the Dow Jones has dropped, and if, like most media accounts, is due to the coronavirus and the global supply chain being dramatically disrupted. Here to talk more about this is John Ross. John Ross is a senior fellow at Chongyang Institute at Renmin University of China and an award-winning resident columnist with several Chinese media organizations. John, thank you so much for joining us.
Hello.
John, as my question got there at the start here, are we seeing these big drops in the U.S. markets because of COVID-19, or is it being used as an excuse for why some of the markets have been overperforming or maybe overinflated, and this whole story about the coronavirus as the sole cause of these big drops here the last 2 days? Is that accurate, or are we missing a larger picture?
No, I think it is due to the coronavirus, but it's not due to the way that the media, such as the New York Times or the Wall Street Journal, is reporting it. Basically, the threat is not to the global supply chains. That is due to the situation in China. The situation in China was very, very severe in January and February, but the number of cases of the coronavirus are falling sharply in China. There was, outside of Hubei province, which is the center of the only 5 yesterday, and the World Health. Organization officially announced that the epidemic peaked on the 2nd of February. There's not going to be a big disruption from the supply chain from China. The big problem is that the situation is out of control outside China, that is in the West. I assume that's why Trump is holding his press conference about this matter. Because in Italy, South Korea, the situation is the coronavirus is not under control, and this is going to spread. So therefore, it is due to the impact on the economy is due to the coronavirus, but it's not due to the situation in China. It's due to the out-of-control situation which is existing in the West. For about 2 months, we've had a hysterical, total propaganda campaign against China, but China is the one country which is controlling the coronavirus. The big hit is going to be the effect of the coronavirus in the Western economies.
So tell us a little bit more about this. So it's quite interesting to me here. COVID-19, if you're keeping track of the numbers of cases that have been detected, 81,245 cases, 2,770 deaths. But then yet you take influenza, the main flu here in the United States, at least 14,000 people have died, and 250,000 people have already been hospitalized during the 2019-2020 flu season, according to estimates from the United States Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. More than 26 million Americans have already fallen ill with flu-like symptoms. The thing I don't understand is, isn't the economy understanding, does the economy not understand that there are going to be incidences like this where you have a health incident, or you have some type of labor manufacturing shortage, or you have a hurricane hit a big factory and then it's going to slow down manufacturing for that one industry or two industries? I'm kind of curious, just in general, how does the economy take into account these different types of health factors? And you see the influenza here in the United States already being a big issue. Why is COVID-19 causing such chaos?
It's because the death rate is much higher. If you take the situation, the average death rate at the present time, it's around 1%. That means it's already about 20 times as much as from influenza. If you take the situation today, which is exceptional because what is happening is that the medical services are overwhelmed, the death rate is 4%. So the number of people dying is much, much higher from COVID-19 than it is from influenza. Let's do a worst case scenario. I'm not suggesting this is what's going to happen, but let's take it right case. The worst estimates, as the COVID-19 is extremely infectious, around best estimates are from medical sources, 60% of the world's population could get it. If the death rate was 1%, that would mean 46 million people would die. Now, I'm not suggesting that's going to happen because I think measures will be taken against that. But the upside is far, far higher than from influenza because the number of people who die is very much greater than from influenza. It's not like SARS or Ebola. Ebola's got a death rate of 40% and SARS had a death rate of 10%.
Let me ask you, we have a caller in a moment, but what does this look like in Europe? I mean, Europe with the open border policy where you can effectively go from point A to point B in the various countries. Also, what does this look like in the United States if we're talking about, but let's say it doesn't hit 60%, let's say it hits 20%. I mean, that's still an extraordinary number. How does the U.S. deal with that, either from an economic standpoint or either just from a human standpoint?
What I would say from the situation in Europe, the situation is beginning to look scary. And this is happening during the last 2 to 3 days because previously you had 20, the number of cases in each country was measured in tens, which is not pleasant, but it's controllable. The new fact is that in Italy, the numbers are in hundreds. Now, the US is behind this because there are less people going back from Europe to the United States. But if it gets into the United States, if you had not merely 60%, if you had 20%, then you would have very, very large numbers of deaths. And therefore, I think if people are becoming worried about this, this is perfectly justified. The problem is that China is so far the only country which has been able to control the coronavirus, and you've had a lot of nonsense condemning China for so-called violations of human rights, when I think we are locking people down in the sense of not allowing them to go out. I would think that any sensible person in the world thinks the most important human right is to stay alive. So therefore, I think the situation in Europe, I would say we're close to a tipping point where people are becoming seriously scared. There are now, for example, large numbers of schools in Britain which are being closed down. It'll probably take maybe 2 to 3 weeks to hit the US, but then it will hit the US.
We have a caller here on the line, Devin. Devin, you're on the air with John Ross on Political Misfits.
Hi. I was just listening to this conversation, and everything is tied in together with the economy and everything, because listening to because I'm looking at all these facts with the DOWJ Jones, because I like to keep everything in tabs because everything is connected. So sorry, I'm a little bit nervous, so I'm going to be
coronavirus, but what's the main point?
So, sorry. Hold on. Let me collect my thoughts. So, most of our economy is connected to China. So, when the coronavirus hit, it affected everything. So, the DOW Jones lost 2,000 points recently. I know you said 1,000 points. It was more 2,000 points. Because when I kept track around January or around December, they were at 29,000 points. They are now at let me see.
Yeah, but no, I understand. It's 2,000 points. Let's make that into it. What's the main point?
So when the coronavirus hit, sorry, I'm nervous.
That's all right, Devin. We're gonna have you call back. Give us a call back, and we'll talk more about it. I did want to talk about how some of this stuff is interconnected with John Ross here. John, I'm interested in what Donald. I don't want you to have to guess at what Donald Trump's going to say tonight. He'll be addressing the nation around COVID-19 and the impact it's having on all sorts of different things. For me, it's overtaking what else is happening in the economy at the same time. You're seeing 10-year Treasury notes, 30-year Treasury notes hitting or getting close to all-time lows. We obviously know these huge tax breaks for billionaires and large corporations had no impact on economic inequality for the poorest in this society here. And so for me, in many ways, Donald Trump's going to say, oh, anything that happens bad in the economy, coronavirus, nothing else. Everything else, I'm doing great. Any other problems, it's this COVID-19 kind of thing, without actually addressing all these other issues. So how does coronavirus compound with the other structural problems of the U.S. economy, and what is that going to lead to?
Well, the problem is that the U.S. economy is slowing down. If you take the economic projections in 2020, there was previously not going to be a recession, but the economy would slow down maybe to around 2%, which is not very high given China's economy, for example, is growing at more than 6%. The danger is that this is going to have a very depressive effect on the economy, particularly on consumption, because it's very simple. If people think they're going to die, they're not going to go out and spend. If you take the impact in China, for example, car sales are down 92% year on year. Right, that's not going to happen in the US. I'm not suggesting that, right? But if there is a threat to health, it doesn't matter if you offer 5% off or you have a stimulus package. People are not going to go out. It's the same as, for example, the effect during the Iraq war in Europe. You had massive declines in travel and so on at that time. There was no point in having stimulus packages because people weren't the main priority. People stay alive. So therefore, the threat which Trump is obviously trying to counteract is that the effect of the coronavirus could slow down the U.S. economy much more than would happen from the point of the general business cycle. And that's very bad news in the election. So I assume what he's going to do, he's going to try to talk up the stock market, try to talk up the economy, which is understanding the slowdown in the economy is very negative from the point of view of his prospect of being re-elected.
Let me ask you this, and we have about 30 seconds to a minute. Donald Trump, before the coronavirus hit, was attacking the Fed chair, essentially Powell, wanting him to lower rates. Now, an economy that's doing awesome, a president doesn't necessarily attack the Fed chair to lower rates if the economy is doing well, correct? Meaning, this wasn't doing all that great before the coronavirus hits. Meaning, so this notion that Trump is going to put all of this on the coronavirus, it's like, I don't necessarily think it's altogether there. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, sure, that's the case. I mean, the peak growth under Trump is...
God damn it.
...is slower than any American president since World War II. All he's talk about the U.S. economy doing very well is a whole lot of nonsense, right? But people don't judge by what is your rationalization. They judge by what is the economic circumstance around it. But till the moment he was concerned that there was going to be a slowdown in the economy, not a big hit. With this, it could be a big hit on Trump. That's why I assume he's going to have
is John Ross. John Ross is the senior fellow at Chongyang Institute for Financial Studies at Renmin University of China. You can follow him at Twitter at JohnRoss43. You're listening to Political Misfits. We're going to take a quick break before we're joined by Walter Smolarek, Sputnik News analyst, who is live in London covering the latest in the Julian Assange extradition hearing. You're listening to Political Misfits here on Radio Sputnik in Washington, D.C. We're back after this.
Tune in every Wednesday to Loud and Clear with Brian Becker and John Kiriakou for a regular segment called Beyond Nuclear, where Brian and John discuss nuclear issues, including weapons, energy, waste, and the future of nuclear technology in the United States, with Kevin Camps, the radioactive waste watchdog at the organization Beyond Nuclear. Listen on Wednesdays right here on Radio Sputnik.
Stuck in traffic? No problem. Stay informed. Stay tuned to Radio Sputnik on 105.5 FM or 1390 AM in the Washington, D.C. area. Need more? Follow us on Facebook or check us out on SputnikNews.com.
Welcome back to Political Misfits on Radio Sputnik, where we bring you news, politics, and culture without the red and blue treatment. My name is Jamal Thomas. I'm here with my co-host Bob Schlayhuber. We've been discussing the train wreck of a debate in South Carolina. Bob has been dazzling us with his ability to predict craven politicians and what they would do in a game space where all incentives are for them to have a breakout moment.
I thank you for saying I did better than I think I did. They threw me some curveballs there.
Pete Buttigieg. Pete starting off talking about military and then going to healthcare.
I don't know why I thought logically, but I was thinking too logically. I was like, I should have said, what would be the dumbest, most craven, divisive thing that Pete Buttigieg could do, and then gone that angle.
Well, see, the thing is, however bad you think they are, they're probably worse. So, there's that. Look, all of them needed to stop Sanders. I don't necessarily think they did. Based on CBS' own poll, they didn't necessarily accomplish that. So there's that. We had a great conversation about the coronavirus and its intersection with economics. I mean, the stock market is falling like 2,000 points. So if you have anything to talk about, give us a call, 202-521-1320. The number is 202-521-1320. That's anything to talk about on previous topics or whatever is on your mind. But right now, let's switch gears to the extradition case of political prisoner and journalist Julian Assange. Managing editor of Shadowproof, Kevin Gazzola, is reporting that the third day of the trial will focus on whether or not the allegations against Assange amount to political offenses under the U.S.-UK extradition treaty. Basically, if the charges amount to if it amounts to political offenses, they can't extradite. There's a treaty, an extradition treaty between the United States and the UK that say you can't extradite for political offenses. And they're arguing that the Espionage Act, by definition, deals with political offenses. In order to discuss, we're here with Walter Smolarek. Walter, how are you today?
Very good.
So, did I explain that correctly? Basically, today they're trying to make the argument that basically trying to pull him for the Espionage Act is basically a political offense. And under the treaty between the U.S. and the U.K., you can't extradite someone for political offense.
Yeah, so most of the time in court today was spent arguing this point. So, first it was Julian Assange's lawyer's turn. So they went through, actually centuries of examples of how it's, the most common practice when it comes to extradition treaties, going back to the 1800s or even the 1700s, when two countries, make these agreements to extradite people from their territory to the other, that there's a clause that says this does not apply to political cases. The prosecution's argument, the argument by the attorneys arguing on behalf of the United States government that Julian Assange should be extradited, made the case then that international law doesn't matter at all in the UK. That was sort of the core of their argument. They were saying that, well, look, in the UK, Parliament is sovereign. Parliament makes laws, and if Parliament wants to pass a law that reflects a treaty agreement between the government, between the UK government and another government, they can do that. But because the domestic UK extradition law, which was passed in 2003, has no clause, it doesn't make any mention of political cases, political offenses, then, you're actually not bound at all by this agreement with the United States. Now, shockingly, that apparently has a lot of precedent in the British legal system, and that is actually kind of how it works. In the United States, for instance, the Constitution says that treaties are the highest law of the land, that they supersede laws passed by Congress. That is not the case in the UK. It's unbelievable, but technically speaking, any agreement that the UK makes with another government, unless it's subsequently passed into domestic law by Parliament, is actually just kind of like a suggestion that they're just sort of, honored by the honor system, bound to uphold.
So wait, you're saying that they're going to you're saying they're going to potentially blow off the treaty. So even if it does meet the level that the Espionage Act is a political offense, they are going to blow that off. Is that what that's what you're saying?
Yeah, that was their whole argument, that it does not matter, that this is an irrelevant point. Because the 2003 extradition treaty, which is, a law passed by Parliament, makes no such reference. It's really incredible. But for instance, in 2004, there was a group of people who took the UK government to court over the invasion of Iraq. They said that, under the United Nations Charter, under the precedent of the Nuremberg trials, to wage a war of aggression is the highest international crime, right? And so that's what the British government did, and therefore we're taking you to court. And what the UK court said is that they refused to hear that. They rejected the argument because they said, in the UK, Parliament is sovereign. Parliament never passed any laws against wars of aggression.
That's astonishing. That is utterly astonishing. Yesterday, what was the main defense? The defense went directly into the prosecution's case, though. Meaning this is a secondary argument. First argument was basically pushing back on this notion that Assange was just releasing this with hurting officers or hurting various people. Basically, that he was releasing it in this kind of unhinged way, that he wasn't necessarily cleaning out the names, that he wasn't being flagrant in the way that he was letting this information out.
Yeah, that's right. So the theme of the proceedings has changed since those first 2 days, which basically revolved around the question of, is Julian Assange a journalist or not? Or more particularly, is what Julian Assange did by releasing the information that was provided to him by Chelsea Manning, was that an act of journalism, or was it a simple criminal offense that led to people being harmed, or the implication killed, disappearing, in the words of the attorneys representing the United States. So now it's about, basically they're rebutting the principal argument by the defense attorneys, by Julian Assange's lawyers, that, this is a political offense, this is a political trial. Espionage is by definition, a political charge.
Yeah.
And so Julian Assange, who is a journalist, should not be extradited. And so now this is kind of round two, right, for the U.S. attorneys, and they're basically saying, we don't care, it doesn't matter.
That's astonishing. That is utterly astonishing. We don't care that this is a political charge, meaning even if you're right that it's indeed a political charge, we don't particularly care. We can blow past that. What's the media there? So how is the media covering this particular trial? I know outside it was pretty loud, and there were a lot of people that was showing up to protest. But what is the UK media discussing about this trial? I would imagine they have to be focused on it to some degree.
Yeah, there is. It's really, there's a shocking lack of mainstream U.S. outlets attending the trial, covering intensely the trial. There's some there on the first day when it opened, but the interest apparently kind of faded. I was trying to think of why that might be. Why might the media not want to do this? Because I thought it would be pretty easy for them to sort of spin this with something anti-Russia angle. They're trying to revive the Russiagate narrative now. This kind of gives them an opportunity, like, what's wrong with you guys? Why aren't you taking it? But because I think it's because the not the 2016 election-related stuff, but it's about U.S. war crimes, right?
Yeah.
It's about U.S. meddling all around the world, and the collateral murder video and stuff that the corporate media in the U.S. would like to just sort of forget about.
Did that come up in the trial? I mean, because when you think about it, we always have this tendency to look at look at the stuff with weird angles. I mean, a guy comes forward, gives a video showing that the United States murdered a reporter, Reuters agent. Effectively, the people who were in the plane didn't know who they were killing. Instead of dealing with the fact that they were killing people in mass without knowing who they were killing, they end up prosecuting the person who leaks the video. They prosecute the whistleblower. Like, for all of this talk about rah-rah and whistleblowers, the reality of it is whistleblowers do not have good lives. I mean, Chelsea Manning is being tortured in prison right now in order to turn evidence on Assange. I mean, this stuff is extraordinary.
That's
right.
I'm
sorry.
Oh, I just think that's an important point about Chelsea Manning. I mean, we shouldn't forget about her situation in all of this. And it's not an exaggeration to say, as you do rightly, that she's being tortured. I mean, that's what politics is.
So we put a human being in a cage. Does the information come up that's in the leaks, as opposed to just the fact that they were leaks themselves? If that makes sense. Like, does the war crimes come up in the case, in the trial?
Right. Not really. I think that's pretty unfortunate because at the very least the spotlight could have been used to draw further attention to the crucially important information that it uncovered. But it's really been focused on these more legalistic issues. Like what constitutes a political offense, what's a pure political offense versus a relative political offense. Is the UK bound by the treaties that it signs? Things like that. There was, though, if you want to go into the incident with the cage, right? The bulletproof glass that Julian Assange was is being forced to sit behind. That also was a pretty dramatic thing, though, that happened in the courtroom today.
Well, they had him sitting behind a bulletproof glass. Explain.
Yeah. So he's been sitting there since the trial began. It's like a box. Probably the best way to describe it. So he's it's part of the demonization, the degrading treatment that Julian Assange has been subjected to, that he's not permitted to sit with his lawyers, like normal defendants. He's put in this completely separate section, totally walled off by bulletproof glass, and monitored by two guards at all times. Like he's I don't know, he's gonna pull out a gun and start shooting people or something, or like he's some like mafia boss. It's clearly designed to give the impression to the public that this man is a dangerous criminal and terrorist. And so it's also prevented Julian Assange, and Julian Assange actually got up, dramatically got up in the middle of the court session and started saying, like, look, I'm being denied the right to consult with my attorneys, in general, and also, confidentially, right, because there are these two guards breathing down my neck at all times, anytime I have, any kind of basic interaction with them. Can I go sit with my attorneys, please? And the judge really exposed her bias. The judge in this case was so she wouldn't let Julian talk. No, you're not allowed to talk. You're not allowed to talk. The only time, if you want to talk, you can, provide evidence, right? You can choose to testify, but I won't permit you to say anything. And she actually adjourned the session, or paused the session for 5 or 10 minutes, so that Julian Assange and his lawyers could go talk about how they want to proceed. They came back into the courtroom, and then Julian Assange's main defense lawyer said, we request that he be brought out from behind, this demeaning box, so that he can sit next to us and meaningfully participate in his own defense.
That was Walter Smolarek live in London. He'll be with us these next 2 days to give us the latest breaking news in the case of Julian Assange. If you're here in the United States and you want to get involved, you can see actionforassange.com to see the different protests that are taking place every day this week, starting at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Tomorrow's protest will be outside of Capitol Hill in the Supreme Court at 12 p.m. That's actionforassange.com. You're listening to Political Misfits live in Washington, D.C. We'll take a break before we have a whole nother hour of news for you here in Washington, D.C. We're back after this.
You're listening to Radio Sputnik. Telling the untold.
Welcome back to Political Misfits on Radio Sputnik, where we bring you news, politics, and culture without the red and blue treatment. I'm Bob Schlaver. I'm here with Jamarl Thomas. Get ready to go against the grain. We've got another hour of going against the grain here tomorrow. Pretty excited for it. Talking a lot about Julian Assange over the last hour, the role of AIPAC in the U.S. politics and election. We'll get to this hour and other conversations around Democratic foreign policy at last night's debates. Give us a call, tweet us, 202-521-1320, or you can listen to us at Sputnik Misfits. We are joined now by David Swanson, who is an activist, journalist, radio host, and author of the book Curing Exceptionalism. David, thank you so much for joining us. We wanted to just start here and get your thoughts on Julian Assange and what is taking place in this extradition case here after we just heard live from Walter Smolarek there in London.
Well, I did not hear, thanks for having me on. I did not hear what you just heard, and I'm not over there, but I have been opposed to the idea of indicting and extraditing him since before it happened. It's absolutely outrageous, and it's incredibly revealing and frightening the extent to which the U.S. media corporations don't see it as within their own interests to protect acts of journalism from prosecution. It's extremely disturbing.
You're somebody that's also followed the case of Chelsea Manning extensively, and anybody that's trying to speak out against the U.S. military, the war-making machine here, is silenced, tortured, and kept in a cage for the foreseeable future.
And Chelsea Manning's new act of bravery is quite possibly what could save Julian Assange from prison or worse.
Yeah, it's remarkable. I just wanted your brief thought there. I do want to switch here to the Democratic debate last night around foreign policy, and we talk about Chelsea Manning, somebody who was open and honest about what the U.S. government has been doing around the world. And I want to play a few of these different clips here and get some of your responses. This first one is Bernie Sanders calling out Americans, telling them it's about time for them to get honest about what the United States has been doing around the world. Let's play this first clip here.
Excuse me. Occasionally, it might be a good idea to be honest about American foreign policy. And that includes the fact that America has overthrown governments all over the world, in Chile, in Guatemala, in Iran, and when dictatorships, whether it is the Chinese or the Cubans, do something good, you acknowledge that. But you don't have trade love letters with them.
That's my president right there. As a lefty, that is an exciting prospect because it's just somebody being honest about our foreign policy around the globe.
And so that's, I think for a lot of people like yourself, they were really excited to hear this. For a lot of other people, there are people that sit to Bernie Sanders' left. I know it's like hard to imagine given what we're told about Bernie Sanders falling off the left. There are a lot of people here, David, that are still critical of Bernie Sanders' foreign policy. It's not an anti-imperialist lens. It's not an aggressively let's pull troops back. It's being honest. It's obviously to the left of all of the candidates that were on stage last night. But part some of the critiques, and I guess I'm hoping you'll be honest with us, what are some of the critiques people still have towards Bernie Sanders' foreign policy that he still needs to address, or are going to be some of his blind spots moving forward?
Well, if you look at Bernie Sanders' domestic policies, to the extent that you can distinguish them from militarism financially and otherwise, he would count as a moderate mainstream politician in a lot of European countries and other places around the world. He's absolutely right in that debate last night. Another time to say the big misconception is that I'm some sort of radical. But if you look at his foreign policy, it would count as a right-wing imperialist, militarist
policy in the extreme in almost any other country in Europe, among NATO allies of the United States, in Canada, in many countries around the world. It would count as extremely military. Now, he is far and away, even on foreign policy, which is his worst area, a dramatic improvement over the past 45 people to occupy the White House. There is no question. And people who have been badgering me for decades that I need to hold my nose and vote for the lesser evil, now they finally have a case, because now there's a guy who actually is significantly less evil than the other candidates on that stage or coming up in the general election. So I'm not opposing Bernie Sanders, but when you look at Bernie Sanders' actual positions and actual record, it's important to recognize that he's not been a principled opponent of militarism, that he has backed wars and opposed wars as the winds have blown, that he's backed weapons deals and weapons basing in Vermont as he's prioritized what he's falsely thought of as jobs programs over the problem of militarism. Their Politico sent out an email today just in absolute panic and horror because the weapons dealers were getting afraid that Bernie Sanders had made these vows to move hundreds of billions of dollars from the military to human and environmental needs, as I would put it, or domestic spending, as they put it. And my God, wouldn't he gain a lot of support if he were actually to make such vows? Sadly, he hasn't. This week, just before the debate, he put out a fact sheet. His campaign released a fact sheet.
This is really fascinating stuff. Thank God for the internet, and God bless America.
How they would pay.
I'm coming for you. Coming for all of you. Yes, you.
How they would pay for education, how they would pay for Medicare for all, how they would pay for a Green New Deal, etc. And almost all of it they're looking at paying for with taxes on Wall Street speculation, taxes on wealth, taxes on income, extending Social Security by removing the cap on the payments into Social Security by the super wealthy, etc. Almost none of it from the military, except on the Green New Deal. If you look at the list of items that they're going to use to pay for the Green New Deal, one of them is moving this huge amount of money out of the military. But if you research enough and dig around on his website, you find out you have to divide by 15 because he's actually using numbers for over 15 years. Doesn't tell you that. And it comes out to $81 billion, which some study found very, very conservatively was what the U.S. military spends, so-called protecting the world's oil. And that's what Bernie wants to cut from the military, $81 billion a year out of $1.25 trillion across agencies, right? And so it's tiny unless there's more to it than that, unless he's not telling us. And so, of course, people like to imagine, well, he simply must be secretly planning to move hundreds of billions of dollars out of the military. Look, the weapons dealers are scared of it. He must be planning it. Well, over the past 200 years or so, presidents have been worse than what they explicitly promised and campaigned on. They haven't been better. They haven't been secretly planning to be better than what they were openly promising. And if he's already being attacked for it, why not come out and do it and gain the support that would come with that? I would be.
So let's get Jamal Thomas as a big Bernie Sanders fan here. I'm curious your initial response here, Jamal, to what David's had to say.
Well, I mean, it's hard to know what Sanders' plan on it. I mean, I do agree with your analysis of it. I can't say you're wrong per se. I don't have any illusions about Sanders in regards to foreign policy. I don't necessarily think he's a perfect man. I just think he's a man that's better than everybody else that's there, and that's better than every other Democrat for the past 50 years. Not to mention the shift in the argument that is being made in regards to dealing with Trump almost forces him into this kind of anti-war stance in order to out-left Trump on this particular issue. But again, this is kind of like the tallest little person. Him out-lefting Trump on this issue is still, like you say, to some degree, depending on the country here, and more militaristic. But, let's be fair. If you took any person, any leader from one of these countries in Europe, and you put them in the United States as the head of the United States, would they act really that much different? Meaning, isn't the environment to some degree shaping the individual that's in that office? And so I agree with you to some degree. He's probably going to be worse than what people think on this issue, but that worse I would accept as being much better than everybody else.
Well, I don't disagree with a bit of that. I think you're absolutely right. And I think even on the issues where he's the gold standard, it's going to take a massive public movement to tell him and the Congress and the bureaucracies in Washington to act on the promises. But we're going to be better mobilized with people in the streets and pressuring Congress and lobbying to move money out of the military and the wars into human and environmental needs if it's been part of the campaign, if it's been openly talked about and not just sort of fantasized by those of us who want it and feared by those who don't want it. So I think it would be, and it's incredibly popular, been incredibly popular in polling for decades to move money out of the military into human needs. It would not hurt Bernie with the public, and it could not make the corporate media bash him any more than they already do, because they're already all in on that. It can't get any worse. So I think it would be politically as well as morally and in terms of human survival beneficial for Bernie to come out and say, here's my federal budget proposal. Here's what we're not going to spend in the military.
But David, I have a question for you, though. If he takes money from the military and moves it to social programs, doesn't he show that he is a puppet of Vladimir Putin? Because that's what Putin wants, is our military to be destroyed. I say that facetiously, obviously, but it seems like Bernie Sanders is more than happy to give oxygen to the ongoing fight that Americans have with Russia and the ongoing Russiagate conspiracy, big media play here. Let's play a clip from last night about Bernie Sanders here talking about Russian interference and how he'll stand up to Mr. Putin and tell him no longer meddling in our relationships.
Let me tell Mr. Putin, okay, I'm not a good friend of President Xi of China. I think President Xi is an authoritarian leader. And let me tell Mr. Putin, who interfered in the 2016 election, try to bring Americans against Americans. Hey, Mr. Putin, if I'm president of the United States, trust me, you're not going to interfere in any more American elections.
Just why, Jamarl? We've gone and talked to enough Americans now. I've been to enough different debates. I've been to enough places in this country, talked to enough people. They don't care about Russiagate. Nobody was watching impeachment after it had gotten going. The Russiagate stuff didn't work for the Democrats to take down Trump. It just ended up being a bunch of anonymous sources showing the flawed system, our judicial system, the FISA courts, domestic spying. All of it was this crazy thing that got us nowhere. And here is Washington Post running with anonymous sources, and Bernie Sanders, hook, line, and sinker, takes the bait and goes out there and pushes a conspiracy that only plays to people that aren't going to vote for him. Wealthy, Democratic, liberal people that are still angry about Hillary Clinton losing are not going to vote for you, Bernie Sanders. So why are you playing into this? Oh, in 2016 they did this thing, and he has to now speak out.
Deployed once, and then within the course of, a day? I mean, they deployed once before the Iowa or the Nevada caucus, and then immediately implodes when sources come out for CNN, coming out saying, look, this was bogus, this was overblown, et cetera, et cetera. The Democratic Party still came out screaming for sanctions, for meddling that didn't take place. Like, this is utterly astonishing. Sanders, or at the very least Trump, comes out and makes a point of, yeah, that's bogus, that's ridiculous. Sanders should have handled it the same way. He started off making the point of, yeah, that's pretty convenient, and, coming out of the Washington Post and Jeff Bezos as a person. But he gave this all sorts of oxygen, an attack that will be used to undermine him every bit as much as it was used to undermine Trump.
Yeah, David, I'm sure that wasn't music to your ears when he went down that route last night.
Oh, absolutely disgusting. You had trouble getting through to me on the phone. That was clearly Vladimir Putin's fault. More evidence, namely none, than the evidence that Russia, impacted the 2016 U.S. election, which even the most extreme Russiagators are not even claiming. And this notion that somebody who may or may not have been Russia, released documents that we ought to be thanking them for, revealing to us what was happening in the rigged primaries 4 years ago, and bought some tiny number of ads on Facebook and Twitter. There's no we shouldn't just be saying that people aren't interested. We should be denouncing habits of U.S. politicians. When you push Bernie on, foreign countries, Venezuela or, anywhere else, he has this tendency to go to bashing foreigners because it's so easy. It comes without thinking. And the most incredible thing to me about the whole debate last night was the way these people talk about dictators and who with or talked with or said something less than negative about some particular dictator when the overwhelming policy of the United States for decades has been to arm and train and fund most of the world's dictators who regularly, by the dozens, meet with every president in the White House regardless of political party. The United States is arming and training and funding the militaries of Bahrain, Brunei, Egypt, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Eswatini, Gabon, Jordan, Kazakhstan, Morocco, Oman, Qatar, Rwanda, Saudi Arabia, South Sudan, Tajikistan, Thailand, Turkmenistan, Uganda, United Arab Emirates, Uzbekistan, and others. And we're supposed to freak out because Bernie said something positive about Cuba.
So let me play that clip from last night. Here is CBS's correspondent here at the debate, basically challenging Bernie Sanders for having said something nice about Cuba. This is the question that the U.S. media finds acceptable to ask.
Praise the Chinese Communist Party for lifting more people out of extreme poverty than any other country. You also have a track record of expressing sympathy for socialist governments in Cuba and in Nicaragua. Can Americans trust that a democratic socialist president will not give authoritarians a free pass?
I have opposed authoritarianism all over the world.
And he has to respond, David. It's American exceptionalism. I guess maybe tell us a little bit about your book, Curing Exceptionalism, and how the media is completely complicit, and then Bernie Sanders feeds it of actually having to give a legitimate answer.
I don't know if you caught Joe Biden in that very same debate saying, I go and talk to the leader of China, and I call him a
thug. He called the leader of China a thug. It's amazing how this goes to the American exceptionalism thing, right? I mean, ultimately, the way we talk about other leaders, and it's accepted as if it's perfectly okay to call the leader of another country a thug.
Well, it's not, maybe he is a thug. I'm not saying he is or he isn't, but Biden ends this rant with shouting, he's got to play by the rules. And the rules, apparently, that the United States will fly its planes through your country whether you like it or not. I mean, it's a very different conception of the rules than an international standard of laws and agreements, adhered to by multiple countries. It's the rules laid down by the United States. And so when you see people in a room where the cheap seats were $1,700, upset because Bernie says something nice about Cuba, and not the least bit upset when Bloomberg says he's bought half the House of Representatives.
Everybody on stage. And, Sanders did make this strong argument of, we need to be honest that we've been toppling these governments, which gets to that point. Like you say, we're funding death squads in some of these countries in order to take the governments of these countries. And they're on stage yelling at Sanders for saying something about Cuba. I mean, that's utterly astonishing, this notion of we can do it, but if anybody else does it, off the table. I thought it was utterly astonishing.
It's not a question of disagreement on fact. It's a question of sort of religious taboos. I mean, nobody is questioning that Cuba has done good things on education and medicine. You're just forbidden to say it. Even if you preface it with all the bad things you have to say about Cuba, it doesn't matter. You're not supposed to say such things. It's sort of a taboo.
Another taboo was Sanders on Israel and Palestine. Essentially, a question was put to him. And, they hit him with questions like this because it's this notion of almost as, are you Jewish enough? Because you don't necessarily, because you have a point of view where you look at Palestinians as actual human beings. Let's listen to this clip with Sanders.
This is Sanders responding now to CBS Major Garrett, asking Sanders about him calling AIPAC an organization that promotes bigotry, if Sanders would protect Israel, and if Sanders would move the U.S. embassy to Israel back to Tel Aviv. Here's his answer to that.
The answer is it's something that we would take into consideration. But here is the point. I am very proud of being Jewish. I actually lived in Israel for some months. But what I happen to believe is that right now, sadly, tragically, in Israel, through Bibi Netanyahu, you have a reactionary racist who is now running that country. And I happen to believe that what our foreign policy in the Mideast should be about is absolutely protecting the independence and security of Israel. But you
Protect the oil. Protect the goddamn oil. Hashtag whatever it takes. I swear. People are just burning it left and right. The natives of those lands are still in barbaric warring tribes. Still to this day. They're just starting to get past it. Almost. Just starting. Just putting that out there.
You cannot ignore the suffering of the Palestinian people. We have got to have a policy that reaches out to the Palestinians and the Americans. And in answer to your question, that will come within the context of bringing nations together in the Mideast.
Yeah, he's been pretty outspoken in comparison to the rest of the field when it's come to Israel and Palestine and talking about the specific humanitarian crisis there in Gaza. David, for me, this is an incredible watershed moment with AIPAC, and for Sanders to speak out against AIPAC like he has, and now to think that the Democratic presidential nominee here, if he gets through Super Tuesday with a huge lead, would not speak at AIPAC is an incredible moment over the last 8 years here in Washington, D.C., where you saw a huge shift to the left first to join groups like Jewish Voices for Peace, and then a shift to, if not now, a younger Jewish American activist direct action group. To see this kind of spectrum happen, and then now 8 years on or so, to see now Bernie Sanders saying, no, I'm not only going to speak at AIPAC, I'm also going to speak out against this organization.
Right now? That's tricky.
Yeah, 4 years ago, Roots Action, where I work, had a petition that Max Blumenthal posted asking Bernie to refuse to speak at AIPAC, and Bernie listened, and he did, although he told me to speak by video. They didn't want that. Then we set up another petition this year asking the same thing, and Bernie and other groups, lots of people were pressuring him not to speak at AIPAC, and he agreed explicitly for the reasons that we had said. Don't dignify this place that gives the microphone to the and murderers. But Bernie, across the board on this issue and across foreign policy, is dramatically better for all of his faults that we talked about earlier. He's dramatically better than 4 years ago. I wasn't promoting him 4 years ago, and I am now for that reason. And it's not just Bernie, but as you say, a cultural shift that hasn't reached maybe Mike Bloomberg yet, but even Mike Bloomberg in that debate last night sort of hinted that there might be some faults with certain settlements of Israel, where I've seen him in the past on television proclaiming that Israel can do absolutely no wrong. Its responses should be disproportionate, treating Palestinians as sort of subhuman. And so there may be even progress there, although they're all sort of still stuck on this two-state solution that there's no place left to solve. I mean, they're always kind of a decade or two behind. You look at Congress now has a bill to ban lynching. By the way, we advertise swift and efficient they are. That the speed with which these people catch up is always, there's always a significant lag. But Bernie is the head of the curve among major U.S. politicians now.
Something else that happened at the debate, I don't know if you noticed, after he gave that speech, they applauded. I mean, this is an audience, this is the Bloomberg wine cave crowd that for the most part had to pay to.
Smart news.
Let's make America.
As a fighter pilot and a Marine, I was always.
But you cannot ignore the suffering of the Palestinian people. We have got to have a policy that reaches out to the Palestinians and the Americans. And in answer to your question, that will come within the context of bringing nations together in the Mideast.
Yeah, he's been pretty outspoken in comparison to the rest of the field when it's come to Israel and Palestine and talking about the specific humanitarian crisis there in Gaza. David, for me, this is an incredible watershed moment with AIPAC, and for Sanders to speak out against AIPAC like he has, and now to think that the Democratic presidential nominee here, if he gets through Super Tuesday with a huge lead, would not speak at AIPAC is an incredible moment over the last 8 years here in Washington, D.C., where you saw a huge shift to the left. First, the groups like Jewish Voices for Peace, and then a shift to, if not now, a younger Jewish American activist direct action group. To see this kind of spectruming happen, and then now 8 years on or so, to see now Bernie Sanders saying, no, I'm not only going to speak at AIPAC, I'm also going to speak out against this organization.
Yeah, Brad, 4 years ago, Roots Action, where I work, had a petition that Max Blumenthal posted asking Bernie to refuse to speak at AIPAC, and Bernie listened, and he did, although he told them he'd speak by video, and they didn't want that. Then we set up another petition this year asking the same thing, and Bernie and other groups, lots of people were pressuring him not to speak at AIPAC, and he agreed explicitly for the reasons that we had said. Don't dignify this place that gives the microphone to the and murderers. But Bernie, across the board on this issue and across foreign policy, is dramatically better for all of his faults that we talked about earlier. He's dramatically better than 4 years ago. I wasn't promoting him 4 years ago, and I am now for that reason. And it's not just Bernie, but as you say, a cultural shift that hasn't reached maybe Mike Bloomberg yet, but even Mike Bloomberg in that debate last night sort of hinted that there might be some faults with certain settlements of Israel, where I've seen him in the past on television proclaiming that Israel can do absolutely no wrong. Its responses should be disproportionate, treating Palestinians as, sort of subhuman. And so there may be even progress there, although they're all sort of still stuck on this two-state solution that there's no place left to solve. I mean, they're always kind of a decade or two behind. You look at Congress now has a bill to ban lynching, by the way, sort of, we advertise swift and efficient they are. That the speed with which these people catch up is always, there's always a significant lag. But Bernie is the head of the curve among major U.S. politicians now.
Something else that happened at the debate, I don't know if you noticed, after he gave that speech, they applauded. I mean, this is an audience, this is the Bloomberg wine cave crowd that for the most part had to pay $2,000-$3,000 for tickets, who heard Sanders taking this extreme position, at the very least in the context of the Democratic Party, and they applaud. Like, I've never seen that. I know last year, or the last time around, I think there was a conversation between Hillary Clinton and Sanders, and that was the first time it really came up with this split in the party over this Israel-Palestine issue. And so, yeah, it has definitely changed.
Yeah, I think maybe the bashing of foreign leaders is just so acceptable that it even covers Israeli foreign. I remember a Republican primary debate several years back, also in South Carolina, where Ron Paul, the sort of libertarian anti-war candidate, was opposing war after war after war, and everybody was applauding in a Republican auditorium there in South Carolina. And then he said, maybe we should apply the golden rule to U.S. foreign policy, and they booed him.
The golden rule, whoever has the gold gets to make the rules, I think is the ultimate foreign policy lingo here in the United States. David, I am curious, thinking ahead again, if I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, if Bernie Sanders is the nominee. What's fascinating to me is that Donald Trump can pull off some type of troop removal from Afghanistan or some type of peace deal, the ceasefire seemingly holding to some degree here. If Donald Trump is able to pull some troops out, say, look, I killed Qasem Soleimani, killed al-Baghdadi, it seems like he'll have a pretty strong foreign policy message to the American people. Obviously, he'll have to hide the purse to show people how much he's spending on all this stuff, but I mean, Barack Obama was spending trillions of dollars on our nuclear arsenal, so that didn't seem to bother too many Democrats, but it seems like Donald Trump is in a relatively good place around foreign policy issues that for Democrats it's going to be hard to take a stance to his left or try to find a message that separates him a little bit.
Well, they could say we'll end the war.
You read about the virus. What's really happening here is the president.
But you cannot ignore the suffering of the Palestinian people. We have got to have a policy that reaches out to the Palestinians and the Americans. And in answer to your question, that will come within the context of bringing nations together in the Mideast.
Yeah, he's been pretty outspoken in comparison to the rest of the field when it's come to Israel and Palestine and talking about the specific humanitarian crisis there in Gaza. David, for me, this is an incredible watershed moment with AIPAC, and for Sanders to speak out against AIPAC like he has, and now to think that the Democratic presidential nominee here, if he gets through Super Tuesday with a huge lead, would not speak at AIPAC is an incredible moment over the last 8 years here in Washington, D.C., where you saw a huge shift to the left first, the joint group
on iTunes. Right.
That what our foreign policy in the Mideast should be about is absolutely protecting the independence and security of Israel. But you cannot ignore the suffering of the Palestinian people. We have got to have a policy that reaches out to the Palestinians and the Americans. And in answer to your question, that will come within the context of bringing nations together in the Mideast.
Yeah, he's been pretty outspoken in comparison to the rest of the field when it's come to Israel and Palestine and talking about the specific humanitarian crisis there in Gaza. David, for me, this is an incredible watershed moment with AIPAC, and for Sanders to speak out against AIPAC like he has, and now to think that the Democratic presidential nominee here, if he gets through Super Tuesday with a huge lead, would not speak at AIPAC is an incredible moment over the last 8 years here in Washington, D.C., where you saw a huge shift to the left first, the groups like Jewish Voices for Peace, and then a shift to, if not now, a younger Jewish American activist direct action group, to see this kind of spectruming happen, and then now 8 years on or so, to see now Bernie Sanders saying, no, I'm not only going to speak at AIPAC, I'm also going to speak out against this organization.
Yeah, Brad, 4 years ago, Roots Action, where I work, had a that Max Blumenthal posted asking Bernie to refuse to speak at AIPAC, and Bernie listened, and he did, although he told them he'd speak by video, and they didn't want that. Then we set up another petition this year asking the same thing, and Bernie and other groups, lots of people were pressuring him not to speak at AIPAC, and he agreed explicitly for the reasons that we had said. Don't dignify this place that gives the microphone to the and murderers. But Bernie, across the board on this issue and across foreign policy, is dramatically better. For all of his faults that we talked about earlier, he's dramatically better than 4 years ago. I wasn't promoting him 4 years ago, and I am now for that reason. And it's not just Bernie, but as you say, a cultural shift that hasn't reached maybe Mike Bloomberg yet, but even Mike Bloomberg in that debate last night sort of hinted that there might be some faults with certain settlements of Israel, where I've seen him in the past on television proclaiming that Israel can do absolutely no wrong. Its responses should be disproportionate, treating Palestinians as sort of subhuman. And so there may be even progress there, although they're all sort of still stuck on this two-state solution that there's no place left to solve. I mean, they're always kind of a decade or two behind. You look at Congress now has a bill to ban lynching, by the way. Sort of, we advertise swift and efficient they are. That the speed with which these people catch up is always, there's always a significant lag. But Bernie is the head of the curve among major U.S. politicians now.
Something else that happened at the debate, I don't know if you noticed, after he gave that speech, they applauded. I mean, this is an audience, this is the Bloomberg wine cave crowd that for the most part had paid $2,000-3,000 for tickets, who heard Sanders taking this extreme position, at the very least in the context of the Democratic Party, and they applaud. Like, I've never seen that. I know last year, or the last time around, I think there was a conversation between Hillary Clinton and Sanders, and that was the first time it really came up with this split in the party over this Israel-Palestine issue. And so, yeah, it has definitely changed.
Yeah, I think maybe the bashing of foreign leaders is just so acceptable that it even covers Israeli foreign. I remember a Republican primary debate several years back, also in South Carolina, where Ron Paul, the sort of libertarian anti-war candidate, was opposing
announcing war after war after war, and everybody was applauding in a Republican auditorium there in South Carolina. And then he said, maybe we should apply the golden rule to U.S. foreign policy, and they booed him.
The golden rule, whoever has the gold gets to make the rules, I think, is the ultimate foreign policy lingo here in the United States. David, I am curious, thinking ahead again, if I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, if Bernie Sanders is the nominee. What's fascinating to me is if Donald Trump can pull off some type of troop removal from Afghanistan or some type of peace deal, the ceasefire seemingly holding to some degree here. If Donald Trump is able to pull some troops out, say, look, I killed Soleimani, killed al-Baghdadi, it seems like he'll have a pretty strong foreign policy message to the American people. Obviously, he'll have to hide the purse to show people how much he's spending on all this stuff, but I mean, Barack Obama was spending trillions of dollars on our nuclear arsenal, so that didn't seem to bother too many Democrats, but it seems like Donald Trump is in a relatively good place around foreign policy issues that for Democrats it's going to be hard to take a stance to his left or try to find a message that separates him a little bit.
Well, they could say we'll end the war on Yemen that we've tried to end, but you've threatened to veto. We'll pull the troops out of Iraq as Iraq has demanded, and you've vetoed. We will pull the troops out of the Philippines as the Philippines has demanded, and it's not clear you're going to follow through on. We will move hundreds of billions of dollars out of your military madness into human and environmental needs to work wonders we haven't even dared to dream about in these debates. We'll cut back this massive drone murder campaign that you took from Obama and escalated beyond belief. We'll close some of these bases you keep opening. We'll try to move that doomsday clock back away from the closest position it's ever been to midnight, where you've put it with your nuclear madness, and it was, of course, Obama's nuclear madness and George W. Bush's nuclear madness. And we'll engage with the world on the level of treaty agreements, on climate, on the rule of law, on the treatment of children and women and refugees. I mean, there is a message that could be made. Whether anyone makes it or not remains to be seen.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, there is a message there, indeed. We have about 4 or 5 minutes left here with you, David Swanson. You're there in Virginia. Virginia will head to the ballot boxes next Tuesday, along with 13 other states there on Super Tuesday. Just kind of curious your general thoughts, takeaways of what happens in Virginia. What should our listeners around the world know about the state, and where do you think it'll go there for the Democratic primary?
Yeah, it's a swing state, and it's a Super Tuesday state. It's the bigger, more valuable Super Tuesday state, but it still counts, and it's not winner-take-all, so you can get part of the state. Bernie's doing 3 big events, and they keep shifting arenas to enlarge them leading up to Super Tuesday. I think he has a very good chance of pulling off Virginia, as Barack Obama did. Barack Obama was the first presidential candidate in the history of Virginia to win the state who was not the more racist of the pair.
Let me ask you this. You've been around politics for a while. You've been watching this level of politics. And I tell my wife sometimes it is a momentous time to be alive because you're at an inflection point, potentially, in time. You know, we haven't seen this for 50, 60 years where a candidate has galvanized whites, blacks, Hispanics, Asians, like without an alienation under this banner of class, making it very clear that there's a class war going on. Just going back in 2008 and looking back to now, have you ever seen this much? It seemed like this kind of Overton window shift, or this hegemonic shift in regards to the conversation within the context of the left.
No, what amazes me, and I did not predict, and I cannot explain well, is the degree to which the corporate media cannot seem to stop Bernie Sanders. I have been around for decades watching the corporate media absolutely control public opinion on candidates and write candidates off as non-serious candidates at will. And the media seems to be absolutely incapable of that with Bernie, even backfiring, even helping him with its opposition. And if that proves true, and if that holds true for hundreds of millions of dollars of advertisements from Mr. Bloomberg, that will be remarkable news. If, on the other hand, Bloomberg's ads are more powerful than the media talking heads, and he buys the will of the country, that will be kind of negative news, I would say.
Do you think that would end the Democratic Party? My argument is that fundamentally ends the Democratic Party. If Sanders takes the pledge delegates and they rip it from him, I think for a generation, you're going to have, in the same way that the African American vote went directly to the Democratic Party for a generation, I think the same thing would be true for the youth vote, going to essentially not Democrats for a generation.
What we may end up needing is masses of millions of people dedicated to democracy and to nonviolent action, and self-containing those who would smash windows in the streets of Milwaukee in July, because this may come down to the establishment Democrats stealing the primary from Bernie Sanders in a convention in Milwaukee. And if the public isn't able to stop that, yeah, you can forget the Democratic Party, and we don't have time to build another one.
Yeah, and that's what's really fascinating me. If Sanders is the nominee, of what happens to the Democratic Party if they're not going to just hand over the keys to a lot of people, and a lot of people like myself who are organizers who are so disillusioned with the Democratic Party. It's just to see a Bernie Sanders, somebody that's in my little universe of kind of politics, if he was elected, it doesn't mean I'm going to start organizing with Democrats here in Washington, D.C. And so where that friction and tension comes, how it plays out, is quite fascinating in a political historical moment that you talk about tomorrow. David Swanson, you are the director of World Beyond War. Your most recent book is Curing Exceptionalism. Tell us a little bit more about how people can find your work online.
Find me at davidswanson.org, and I also work, as you said, at worldbeyondwar.org and also at rootsaction.org.
That's David Swanson. You're listening to Political Misfits with Bob Schlehuber and Jamarl Thomas on Radio Sputnik live in Washington, D.C. We're going to be back after this talking about our revelations of the week and some UFOs. Stay with us. We'll be back after this.
Tune in to Loud and Clear with Brian Becker for the latest news, commentary, and political analysis. What's really behind the political and social crisis gripping the United States and the world? Forget the spoon-fed soundbites from the pundits who know so little about so much. We bring you independent experts, analysts, and activists. Learn what really makes the decision-makers take from the boardrooms of Wall Street to the West Wing of the White House. Here is where the people fighting for change speak and are heard loud and clear, 5 days a week on Radio Sputnik and SputnikNews.com. Tough questions are the most powerful weapon we have. As long as you have questions, we'll keep asking. Radio Sputnik, telling the untold.
Welcome back to Political Misfits on Radio Sputnik. My name is Jamarl Thomas. I'm here with Bob Schlehuber. It is Hump Day Wednesday, and you know what that sound is. It is time to get mysterious. Time to get a bit freaky. So, Revelation segment. And yes, like I said before, people told me when I talk about UFOs, I look like a younger man. So, this is going to be a massive, massive, massive revelation. Literal, in real, literal terms, a UFO. Now, Jamal, where did you get this video from? I got this video from the NASA feed on the ISS, meaning the International Space Station. The International Space Station overlooks Earth, and you can go to the website, you can watch Earth in real time. It's an amazing thing. I like to say we are a ball hurling through space, and that is a thing that is infinitely true, at the very least in what we consider to be real. And as such, there are other planets out there, and in the same way that we have this notion of exploring other planets, it is infinitely likely that something else would also have that impetus to explore other planets. Now, what we call a UFO, or what people are trying to rebrand as UAPs, are basically something in our skies that we don't necessarily know what it is. That is either us or it is not. And both of those phenomena are mind-blowing. Last week, we did the report showing effectively the popular mechanics report, going through all of these things that the U.S. military was studying and things that they were learning using the programs, ATIP, for this particular government, using private enterprise in some cases to keep that information secret, but definitely having a lot more information and learning a lot more on these crafts with all of these pilots that are attesting to what they've been seeing than they have been letting on. So recently, a couple of days ago actually, the ISS catches for 22 minutes a craft. Now, you can go to the video yourself. I'll even put the link at the bottom. And it is a craft that for 22 minutes is in the feed of the ISS. As this takes place, at some point, the people in the ISS notice that there's a craft under them just going along at the exact same speed, almost in geosynchronous orbit. At some point, they start to zoom in on this particular craft. After a while, after the 22 minutes, the craft gets to the point where it starts to arc up and goes into space with a puff of green smoke. It was not ballistic. It was not just a rock. It was not just a drop of water or whatever they call it, swamp gas. It was a literal craft that you can see for yourself for 22 minutes that eventually leaves the frame. It was not ballistic. There was something under some level of momentum. Now, I watched that and I said, oh my God, that is the greatest thing ever. Now, this is, again, in context to all of the craft and all of the revelations that we have been seeing from the standpoint of the U.S. government and the information that's being released either in these videos or in the documents itself that have been released by the U.S. government or people who are investigating the government in this case. This is an amazing video. Now, the person who found this, Scott C. Waring, was watching NASA's live feed from the International Space Station and spotted something that appeared as a capsule, but when it didn't go into lower Earth orbit, it shot upward and into deep space. Waring said, I was watching NASA live space
Town
station
Hall
camera
with
and noticed
Amy
camera zooming in on a
Klobuchar.
strange object coming from below
Yes,
the
that's
station.
what I want to watch
At first,
next.
I thought it was a capsule satellite, but its speed increased, and after 22 minutes, it shot up into deep space. That is literally what happened. Go and watch the video for yourself. You can see it for yourself if you want to see a real live UFO taken by NASA's own camera. Now, Bob is somewhat of a skeptic, and he's a little bit more of a skeptic than I am. Now,
I'm in the process of learning.
I make the argument that it's either us or it's not. That argument is infinitely defensible because at this point, all of the media and information that has come out has shown all of this to be entirely and perfectly legit and credible. New York Times, Washington Post, CNN, all of the stuff, credible. We know more than what we were letting on. And now you get a video like this, where you can't call it swamp gas, you can't call it some just capsule floating in space. It's something that seems to have an agency as it is moving through space and leaving the window of the view frame of the astronauts. And they themselves who saw it, who clearly were interested in it because they zoomed in on the object as it was moving. What do you think about this, Bob?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty cool video to watch. One, shout out to NASA TV for all of the footage and live feeds they do offer there. Maybe yeah. So again, this video, it's fascinating. I watched this it's like a cone.
Yeah,
it's kind of
like
shaped.
A
looks like a.
It's almost like a triangular.
Yeah, triangular, like a stealth bomber, but like completed on the other side. I don't even know how to. Just go to our website, Political Misfits, check it out. Progressive Soapbox. Tell me, maybe, have there been other incidences like this where we were caught some type of ship or UFO on camera, and then we found out later what it was?
Sometimes people see weird things in the can and make it like, okay, well, that's water, or that's something reflecting off of something else in order to give us this kind of impression. Like, oftentimes they find ways to explain those things away. And so, but in this case, the difference is, there are plenty of things that they got shown in the webcams. Sometimes they get, people have different distinctions about what those things are. Usually they aren't definitive because they are, it's like, yeah, maybe that's a piece of metal, maybe that's a piece of this. The distinction with this is that it seemed to be literally flying on its own momentum with something coming out of the back, at the very least like a puff of green stuff. Also, this was within the context of all of the reports that have been coming out for the UFO stuff. So think of it as, in the other days, if they would have caught anything for this, oh, it's a UFO thing, there's a mental block on this notion of UFOs. Then you have all of these reports coming out in the New York Times, the Washington Post, CNN. You have the report coming out in Popular Mechanics that goes through the history of the program that these guys were implementing for the U.S. government and the materials that they were holding in some of the companies. And then you look at this video and you're like, all right, here's a new context. The context is different. Meaning this stuff might have happened before, but the difference is it's coming within the context of everything else that's been going on from this particular subject. So my argument is very basic. It's either us or it's not. What those pilots were saying was either something that they hadn't seen before because they weren't privy to it, but it's ours, or that it's just not ours.
Yeah, that's what's always fascinated me. It's like, if it's ours, I don't get how all of the people that would have to be involved in it. And we kind of talked about it the other day about how you can break up the building of these ships to a bunch of different companies and only a few people that actually know that all of the things equal this kind of ship.
Exactly.
It just seems like to create what they created, this spaceship that we saw in this video, if that is us, it's a remarkable feat that somehow it was created, put up into space. And then if it's us, we spend and subsidize these projects at Virgin Atlantic, at SpaceX, and other people to build all of this technology that's clearly way behind whatever it is.
All of it is in the black.
If we do have what we saw on this video, why in the world are we spending just all of this money on these bros like Elon Musk making ships that aren't doing anything near what we are doing? Like, is that just cover to do our Black Ops stuff, to say, yeah, no, we're rooting them on, like, this is the future, but we actually have all this? I mean, the levels of conspiracy to hide it. For me, then I kind of lean more towards it's not us.
Yeah.
Because it seems like it would be so much.
It's so over the top. I mean, like, honestly, when I look at it and I'm like, it's either us or it's not, and I lean towards this thing that, look, we might have something up there where we look at it and be like, okay, that's pretty exotic. Because you can conceive this notion of hitting a certain level of physics where there's an inflection point. It's like if you're playing chess and you get to the level of, let's say, 2100 to 2200, you just play in a fundamentally different way. You look at the game differently. It can be the same way with technology. You are getting better and better at understanding of physics, and your technology is reaching a level where you can push the boundaries of that physics. And at some point, you learn something. Oh, we can do this, and it has this effect. And then you may be able to exploit that technologically in a way that somebody else who didn't know that looks at that and says, oh my God, that's something else. By the same token, I agree with you. There will be so much in the levels of secrecy and everything else that it would almost, like, for the U.S. to have a secret space program, like, that seems more elaborate than it just not being us, if that makes sense.
202-521-1320. Listen to Political Misfits Wednesday. It's our weekly segment on Revelations, a new video caught by NASA TV from the International Space Station catches a pretty remarkable UFO. We don't know what it is. Does anybody out there know what it is? There is a person here on YouTube that wrote, what is stopping NASA from just adding this type of spaceship into their feed? We also could see dinosaurs walking around, for that matter. How do we trust them?
All right, so there are a few things. So, Judas Priest, I'm 17 minutes behind live. Love that I can do that. Hate missing anything on Political Misfits. Sorry, you took the hit last. Oh, thank you, Judas Priest. Can we get more information on finding your podcast? Okay, we have a podcast, Bob. We'll give that
Spreaker, iTunes, iHeartRadio. Anywhere you listen to podcasts, you'll be able to find Political Misfits on Radio Spike.
Judas Priest, why does Bernie ever bring up medical insurance donors? We get attacked for plans, guaranteed Pete is taking money from pharma. Yes, we'll talk about that in a few. Good. Thank you, Susan. We appreciate it. Look, this, and Tulsi and Free Assange, this is Susie W. Look, it's, if you are dealing with this notion of having to break through technology, say, for example, maybe Roswell, and you find out, hey, there's something else. And you, as the government, have a job of saying, how do we implement this stuff into the public without absolutely and entirely disrupting the public? And will it disrupt the public? Is the technology something that can be exploited where a weapon gets that much worse? Do we have interest in the standpoint of oil markets? What about all of these other tech markets? Like, how does this stuff play in our normal, typical society, even with this notion that there are things that we're always under threat, potentially? Like, it's a creepy way of dealing with it. Think of how we deal with threats. I mean, ultimately, a president can come up and say, that country is a bunch of maniacs, and he can draw enough support where you can maybe attack another country. I mean, think of how belligerent we've been towards Iran, all under this guise of, we're going to be attacked, so it's okay with whatever we do. What does it look like when it's in the black? When you have no clue what it is? Meaning you don't necessarily, its technology is way beyond you by hundreds of years, and beyond that point, you don't necessarily know what it is. Like, anything that the government tells you at that point, you're stuck with because it's entirely of the black. Like, this gets a little bit dicey in regards to how you deal with the public when issues like this. And honestly, do you honestly trust that people who are your political leaders right now would deal with an issue of technology or deal with an issue of dealing with something else off this planet that's going to be in your best interest?
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, just the allocation now, I talk about moving budgets from private to public here. Space Force is out. They're allocated $15 billion for 2021. That's compared to just $40 million in 2020. $10.3 billion for research and development. The new service will also get $2.6 billion for operations and maintenance and $2.4 billion for procurement. So I mean, it's interesting. I mean, is in a way Space Command, Space Force, as ridiculous as it is, the uniforms, the logo, all of it, is it finally putting some of these kind of hidden cost into public reality, and you actually will have more of an understanding of what the United States is doing in space? So the ridiculousness of it when we have massive poverty and homeless people, right. But maybe in a way it actually is more transparent now.
Maybe. I mean, and you can ask even a secondary question. Is Donald Trump pushing Space Force because he was watching Tucker Carlson, and Tucker Carlson has been talking about UFOs? Like we don't necessarily know all of the machinations that are going on behind the scenes. I mean, we do know people have been getting briefed. We do know senators and congressmen have been pushing to get more information from the military on what they know, when they knew it. Even on this notion of some of the physics involved, like the quantum mechanics and some of these weird, strange physics that would need to be taking place for these guys to understand it. Also, you must understand the military has a contract with To the Stars Academy. Now, this is mind-blowing because To the Stars Academy's only issue is that they have materials dealing with UFOs. And so the notion that the military is working with these guys gets across.
Then be sure to subscribe, and don't forget to click the bell icon as well. So, display capture. What you're going to want to do is create a scene. And when you have your scene created, click on the plus, go over to display capture. Now, it basically does exactly what it says. Capture your entire computer monitor, primary monitor, secondary monitor, or however many monitors you have. So what you're going to want to do is click.
These guys are serious about it, that something, at the very least, is taking place. But it is a strange phenomena. You're right, that we have Space Force when we have also people living on the streets. And nobody finds any weirdness with that.
Yeah, I'm just looking at I was going to ask you real quick about what you thought so far about Star Trek Picard, and just laughing at the logo there of the A and the Picard they used. Almost, it's their logo from Star Trek, but it's the exact same logo that Space Force
stole the logo of Star Trek.
The government stole from Star Trek. Picard episode 6 is out tomorrow. Tomorrow, should people be watching the latest iteration of Star Trek?
Picard, oh man, you're gonna get me on a rant. So Star Trek and Picard is one of the best episodes of Star Trek that's out there.
And I'm somebody that I watched Star Trek when I was really young, but I have no memory of it. I have watched the first 5 episodes, and I love it. It's really great. And so if you haven't watched Star Trek in the past, you can easily just jump in. You'll get caught up with the
slide into it. But don't get me wrong, there will be certain emotional highs that you get if you've really, really been a big major fan in the past. Like, so one of the things that people sometimes argue with the show about, Picard in this is not a captain.
This is exciting.
Yes, he's considered a great man. He's considered a captain and everything else, but he's a person. Now, one of the most interesting aspects of Star Trek that often didn't get explored is getting explored now, meaning what is Earth like beyond this organization of Star Trek? Because everything that you've seen in Star Trek over the episodes have been people in a militaristic, even though it's not military in the way that we're thinking about it, military just in this kind of hierarchical nature of exploring the galaxy, connecting, meeting new groups and races and so forth, creating a strong federation of planets. But you must understand that was part of an organization. What is Earth like? If you ask somebody what's Earth like, they're going to give you the best portrayal of it because, it's again, an organization that deals with space and whatnot. It's a hierarchical structure. Picard, though, goes deeper than that because the question becomes, well, does Earth have any poverty? Well, clearly it does, but poverty not in the way that we think of it. Poverty only in the differential between a person and maybe somebody else. And so you saw that in Picard. You saw this notion of 7 of 9 killing somebody. Well, people were, they're aghast by this, but it's a darker world. And these people, again, are not a part of a federation. Picard, I've argued, would have lost the war with the Dominion as opposed to Cisco because he was too ideological. Ideology makes a poor substitute for reality. Your environment is going to push in regards to what you need to accomplish for any particular objective. But Picard was willing to go to the mat, giving up his career in order to protect an enemy of the Federation, believing that it is our ideological, philosophical objective of the Federation to reach out and do what we did, meaning protecting the Romulans, despite them being our enemies. Like, it's a fascinating show. It gets into this notion of the race relations, politics, especially in the standpoint of the Romulans, where you have look, I don't want to go into weeds, yeah. But it's a really good show that gets into the weeds in regards to politics, in regards to this notion of race, in regards to this notion of just kind of a darker exploration of the Federation. It's really, really good.
Well, on Friday at 1:30, we'll have our weekly segment. Every day at 1:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we have a different weekly segment. That was Revelations. On Friday, we have a Come At Me Bro. Cine Konkar here on our YouTube channel watching us says, the card is so bad. There's your fight right there for Friday.
Don't do that, man.
Cine, if you're listening, call in Friday.
Call in Friday.
Willing to fight you.
Call in Friday. I'm getting energized. We're searing them.
Let's take a, you got you ranting too much. Let's take a quick breather, Jamar. We got to relax a little bit here before.
We'll be back.
We'll be right back.
We'll be back, dog.
You listen to Political Misfits live in Washington, D.C. A quick break before we come back with our final 10 minutes.
Shooting from the lip.
We're taking no prisoners here. Real opinions from real people. Where we bring you people with controversial views, and instead of trying to catch them out, we actually let them expand on their views. What's going on in British politics, European politics, and indeed in world politics as well. And wherever you are, whether you're a UKIP supporter, Tory or Labour, everything is in turmoil. John Gort, shooting from the lip.
We are talking
24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
You are listening.
We give you the most essential out of the endless information space.
Radio Sputnik, telling the untold.
Welcome back to Political Misfits, live in Washington, D.C. on Radio Sputnik. We're bringing you news, politics, and culture without the red and blue treatment. I am Bob Schlaver here with Marl Thomas. Jamal, we had a lot of different conversations today talking about the impact of coronavirus, COVID-19 on the economy. We heard from Walter Smolarek live in London following the Julian Assange trial. We'll have more conversation on that over the rest of the week. And we're talking now about a few stories we wanted to fit in to make sure we didn't miss anything. 2 videos have now emerged and are trending on Twitter, Jamarl. One from Project Veritas and the second one that's about 4 years old from our sister media, RT. Let me first tell you about this Project Veritas video, which they've now released, showing ABC News correspondent David Wright bashing the network for failing to report. 2 videos have now emerged and are trending on Twitter, Jamarl. One from Project Veritas and the second one that's about 4 years old from our sister media, RT. Let me first tell you about this Project Veritas video, which they've now released, showing ABC News correspondent David Wright bashing the network for failing to report. 2 videos have now emerged and are trending on Twitter, Jamarl. One from Project Veritas and the second one that's about 4 years old from our sister media, RT. Let me first tell you about this Project Veritas video, which they've now released, showing ABC News correspondent David Wright bashing the network for failing to report. 2 videos have now emerged and are trending on Twitter, Jamarl. One from Project Veritas and the second one that's about.
Congratulations. Look at this kid. Congrats.
Two videos have now emerged and are trending on Twitter, Jamarl. One from Project Veritas and the second one that's about 4 years old from our sister media, RT. Let me first tell you about this Project Veritas video, which they've now released, showing ABC News correspondent David Wright bashing the network for failing to report on President Trump accurately. The Daily Beast just put out a report on it with quotes from the video, and you can go to Project Veritas. I know, I can't believe I'm telling you to go to Project Veritas. So you can see the full video there. In the video, Wright, who's an ABC News correspondent, when asked if he thinks he's a democratic socialist, he goes, no, I'd probably just say I'm a socialist straight away. And then he goes on to lament that voters are poorly informed, and he alleges that ABC carefully crafts its reporting to fit a certain narrative, particularly around Trump. Wright goes on to say, I feel terrible about it. I feel that the truth suffers, the voters are poorly informed, and people also have the opportunity to tune in to whatever they want to hear. And so it's like there's no upside in our bosses don't see any upside in doing the job that we're supposed to do, which is to speak truth to power and hold people accountable. He goes on to say, we are interested in the outrage of the day, the investigation, and the palace intrigue of who's backstabbing whom. Beyond that, we really don't cover the guy. Adding to say that the network is more focused on a profit and has turned into a promotion center, and promotion of the company and also promotion of individuals within the company, as opposed to the kind of dedication to story and a commitment to telling stories that we need to tell that are maybe hard to tell. The network isn't interested in voters, and it used to be better.
Let me be honest.
You should be honest.
Let's be honest.
Let's be honest. He was Mr. Wright on Project
I accept accept the honesty of that. The job of a company is to make profit. I mean, this is a problem that TYT is getting into now, also dealing with this notion of profit. The job of a company is to make profit. Everything else is a stupid human trait. Whether they're serving hamburgers, whether they're building buildings. Yes, you build a building, but you build a building in order to make a profit from building that building. Also, if you're doing news, meaning this monetization of reality itself also serves the notion of a profit. So I understand, they're lamenting, we want to do the big stories and everything else, but the big stories and everything else may not, meaning what's informative to the voter may not necessarily be the thing that's most profitable to the company. And all things being equal, again, at the end of the day, the point is to maximize your profit, even if you're a news agency. So I get the lament. There's always going to be this give and take within the context of, I want to do the best story to inform my viewers. And then the other news agency does a story that, for the most part, grabs those viewers because the story may be more flashy, more interesting, more clickbaity. And you want substance. You want meat and potatoes. It's always this kind of push and pull in regards to how do you inform while simultaneously also getting people to be interested. And yeah, from the standpoint of a news agency, your profit.
Yeah, and you know what? To all those people out there that trust the mainstream media and they always tell us, we guys take what you do here with a grain of salt and stuff. This is an ABC correspondent telling you right now that the network is failing people and is more willing to make money off of them than to educate them. What's the point of journalism? And we say this constantly, Jamal, and people don't believe it. They want to believe ABC, they want to believe CNN, they want to believe NBC. You have Van Jones calling the whole Russiagate a big nothing burger, and then he'll go on CNN and be like, I think we should look into this more. There might be more here. And people are like, oh my gosh, there's more here. And for me, it's always wild because I work in peace building. I try to make this world a less violent place. And thank you. I try hard. And it's fascinating to me how when I talk to military people or to police, you'll talk to military people and they say, we don't want to go to war. This stuff's awful. We're the ones that have to leave our families. We're the ones that have to deal with casualties and lifelong injuries. You talk to police on a daily basis and people will say, we can't arrest our way out of these problems. We know that the police aren't the solution to these issues. And then when you talk and see this guy at ABC News basically saying, look, mainstream media is there just to make money, not to educate you. But yet time and time again, you have people saying, nope, I'm watching mainstream media. I want more military, more wars, and I want more police. So even when the source itself is telling you that don't have more police, the police are saying that. Don't listen to us at ABC News because we're just trying to make money. We don't educate you. More and more people are still calling for more police, and they're going to be watching ABC News tonight as if they're going to try to be there to educate you.
If there could be one fundamental shift in the way that we think about our politics, just as human beings, and maybe two, it's to understand that billionaires and millionaires do not exist without you to allow them to be that way. Meaning, just a certain fundamental understanding of value of yourself in a society, and this realization that there are certain things as a rational society that we do for one another. That's notion of healthcare, that notion of education, those should be human rights, especially if you're talking about any notion of human development. Understanding and accepting that sort of value is not necessarily something that you're going to get from elsewhere. It is something almost like a hegemonic shift in the way that we look at ourselves in the context of the system. You are instrumental to building and keeping this place going. The lights don't come on without you. You should acknowledge that. And so the notion of somebody walking away with $1 billion when you are instrumental to that process just seems mind-blowing to me. On the second front, when we're talking about this particular election, the human beings that are involved with making this campaign work, that is essentially pushing this stuff forward. That is a movement, and that's a movement that I think, for the most part, has started to change the minds of the population in regards to what that society believes it is worth. And if nothing else, that is a massive shift in regards to consciousness. I mean, just think in 2008, we couldn't even get a public option. I mean, that just, you couldn't even get Obama to discuss it in those terms.
Yeah, pretty remarkable. Another remarkable video that's trending here is from 4 years old, but it's trending after John Cooper is the chairman of the Democratic Coalition and a former advisor there for Barack Obama. He tweets out a video from Ed Schultz, who has passed away, who used to be on RT, who was interviewing Jane Sanders, the wife of Bernie Sanders. And I guess his point is the Russians love the Sanders. I don't know what your point is here, but basically Jane Sanders was on RT to explain why open primaries like the South Carolina Democratic primary on Saturday are more democratic if they're open, because anybody can come and say, I want to vote for this party with this party. And so I guess he's upset because Democrats think only Democrats can involve themselves in democratic politics, which is a fine argument. But the fact that they're putting this out and it's spreading pretty rapidly 4 years ago, and Ed Schultz has passed away since.
But are they trying to trick people to thinking that she's on RT now talking about the South Carolina primaries? Is that the reason why they're putting this video out?
I don't know. I can't speak to their intent, but that's what all of us, we were like, oh, wait, Jane Sanders. I mean, the initial thing, when you see something on the internet, you're like, oh, people put out stuff right away and people don't check bylines. So it makes sense that it was put out in a way to look like the Sanders are welcoming or going on Russian media all the time and they're big supporters. But you guys, Bernie, hey, I know you're listening right now because this is where you get your daily feed from Vladimir Putin and the Kremlin directly to you. Thank you for listening. You're welcome to come on our station anytime. Jane Sanders has already done Russian media in the past, so come on over, have a conversation with us. We'll only criticize your foreign policy a little bit. You're better than the rest of us.
Belligerently attack Vladimir Putin and saying, stay out of our elections.
I'm talking to you directly. This is a direct feed to Moscow here on Radio Sputnik. Is quite remarkable that story is turning. Just the last story for the day here. A court has ruled that Donald Trump can withhold money and grants from cities that have sanctuary policies.
Really?
And that's quite terrifying. Here in Washington, D.C., we're a quote-unquote sanctuary city. And even in sanctuary cities, it clearly has not led to that much protection for undocumented workers. And we've seen cases of ICE here removing undocumented people from D.C. jails. That is not what the law says it's supposed to do. That's not what a sanctuary city is. And so this latest court ruling will continue to be an attack on immigrants in this country. You are welcome here. You're welcome on Radio Sputnik anytime. Tomorrow, thank you for joining me for another show here on Radio Sputnik. We are Political Misfits. Big thank you to David Swanson, Walter Smolarek, John Ross, and all of our callers today. We'll be back with another show tomorrow from 12 to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here in Washington, D.C. Thank you for listening. We'll see you tomorrow.
I'm gonna go cook myself a burger. I'll be back. Don't you fret. Play versus random. And a match. New game. Play versus random. New game. Play versus random. New game. Play versus random. New game. Versus. Alright. That's 360, huh? Alright. Or whatever the fuck you call it. I don't know. 960. Oh, 60. Alright, now I'm really going to go cook myself a burger, and I'll be back. Sit tight. One more minute. Sicilian defense. Obviously, that's the answer. Alright, for real, I'm seriously going to cook my burger now.
One that Joe Biden has said he will win. The stakes are very high for the former vice president's campaign.
One of the hopefuls also needing a strong finish. He's our guest tonight for this Fox News Town Hall. Minnesota Senator Amy Klobuchar is tied for 6th in South Carolina, according to the Real Clear Politics average of polls, and nationally, she is also.
exciting. Ready? Vodafone.
18-month contract subject to credit check. Publicly available out of contract non-promotional pricing. Superfast wireless. 70% of customers receive CPs above 35 megabits per second. See vodafone.co.uk/broadband.
Cross question with Ian Pale on LBC. Text 84850.
At 25 to 9 on LBC. You can watch us on the LBC website, lbc.co.uk, Facebook page, or Twitter feed, or YouTube channel. We are with the God's Voice Exchange, Conservative MP Harriet Hall, with Labour MP Ian Griffith, and the actor Matt Tedford. We're talking about Benny Blackton rather ingeniously linked 0 hours contracts to the coronavirus, which I think he does deserve a bit of a medal for, but we're winding it out a little bit. We've already heard from the Dean. Let's hear from Harriet next.
Yeah, I'm not sure which part to answer first, but in terms of the coronavirus, in terms of perspective, I think there's been 8,000 people have been tested so far, 13 people in the UK have been found positive, and of course they're isolated. But then it raises a very, very valid question for really any kind of sickness. If you're self-employed, or if you're one of the many millions of people who run their own business in this country, these are the kind of issues that can affect you because you won't have the benefit of a contractor, sick pay, and so on and so forth. And so I think that's why we have a welfare state. That's why we have a safety net. What we've tried to do in terms of the reforms that have been brought in over the last decade to universal credit is to create a strong safety net, but also one that doesn't create disincentives to people to take on more work. And we also brought in a change to the law on 0 hours contracts specifically, so that you could not be forced by your 0 hours employer to only work for them. In other words, you have the freedom of choice to take on other employers.
And does that work?
It's I think a very sensible reform, and as you point out, it's a small part of the market. I think in terms of the point around illness, it's about making sure that if you're on a 0 hour contract, that your package of benefits, your safety net, as it were, is there and reflects the fluctuating hours that you do, and that if you do additional hours, that you get paid for those additional hours. And that's been the whole point of the reform around universal credit.
Matt, you're an actor. I guess you kind of qualify as a 0 hour contract. Is it the whole year long sometimes?
Sometimes. I mean, if I got I've got a show on next week. If I got coronavirus this weekend, there'd be a lot of money I'd have to pay to the Bolt Festival back. But there are, as the caller said, it's the idea of people on 0 hour contracts getting coronavirus and having to self-isolate as a result, losing a lot of salary. And there are people out there. A friend of mine went along to the bus conference, where there was that outbreak, and everybody that went to that had to be self-contain. And his housemate, who was a builder and on a 0 hours contract, had to move out. Didn't come home that evening because he just couldn't run the risk of having to self-isolate for 2 weeks. And there are, again, the issue with 0 hours contract is people do go along to claim their job seekers allowance, and one of the things you have to do is you have to tell them that you've been looking for work, that you've been to interviews, and if you go for an interview and they offer you a job and you don't take it, then you have your benefits stopped. So if you're offered a 0 hours contract, you have to take it, otherwise you don't get your job seekers allowance. You then take withdrawal for 0 hours, you get coronavirus, and you lose your job. And there are many, I mean, I'm the only person here that still worries about paying their rent. And I think it's a genuine worry, and it's a very valid question. Is there more support that we should be giving? Of course.
Well, in order to help you pay your rent, you skillfully got in a mention of your show then. Just tell us exactly what it is, when it's on, and where.
It's called Sequins and Lies. It's on at the Bolt Festival next week from the 3rd to the 8th, and it tells the true story of them. I have 2 half-brothers that didn't know I existed until I was former British Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher. So, yes, true story.
I already want to come and see.
Yeah, that's the hook.
And how did they find out?
There was a review in the Times, and it said Tedford in drag, and there aren't many Tedfords.
No, it's not a usual
Not a very usual name, so it's about that, and about my relationship with my father. I was going to call it Daddy Issues, but we went with Sequins and Lies instead. Also, Papa Can You Hear Me, because there's a lot of Barbra Streisand in it. So, yes, it's all singing, all dancing.
Well, if anybody's seen the Margaret Thatcher Queen Soho show, they kind of, I mean, I'm guessing it's rather different to that, but
it's very different. She mentioned in my latest show.
Even have a little bit of a voice later on in the program. Right, thank you very much.
working with this coronavirus, it can be, and more people have been suffering from some disaster because there hasn't been adequate protection. Lose their job or find themselves uninsurable in the house, and no longer can they insure themselves. Not had to take some sort of financial responsibility for the lack of care that it shows to people. It's just we never imagined there needs to be something like that.
Linked quite a lot of issues there together, but I think that the link is government culpability. When it kind of returns to what we were talking about in funding, for example, when all of the houses were built by John Prescott famously gave huge amounts of planning permissions for houses to be built on floodplains. Should the government therefore be responsible for the consequences of that? Harriet?
Well, I think government can take action to address some of those issues. We've had a long discussion about the amount that's been put into flood defence. There's also flood. So this is for reinsurance. It was set up to help properties that had flooded that could no longer get access to insurance. And I remember what a big issue that used to be in my constituency, and it's helped people whose properties are vulnerable to flooding, where the insurance companies were turning them down, by creating a reinsurance that can then take some of the risk. So that's the government using its own balance sheet to take some of the insurance risk. So I think those are the sorts of things that, yes, governments ought to be trying to do to help people to make sure that they can get insurance for their homes.
Matt? Yes, I mean, it's the same thing we were saying before, but I mean, blaming the government for floods, I mean, I'm all for blaming Boris Johnson for a lot of things, but and do they take responsibility for it? I mean, it's hard to, even I will say it's hard to put the blame on the government for something that I would say is an act of God.
But if you deliberately give planning permission for a housing estate on a floodplain, surely you have to take responsibility
for that completely. But however, I think that what we're going to be facing in a few years' time is not necessarily just floodplains that will be flooding. I think it's going to be a much wider issue that will start affecting areas that weren't traditional areas of flooding. So can we blame the government for that? Maybe not. If they didn't provide support and they don't provide action, then yes, of course. But the actual flooding itself, that's a...
Because, I mean, winding this out a bit, you could also argue that the government should be taking more responsibility for flood defences where there's a lot of coastal erosion bits where, I mean, that's a terrible issue and people have lost their homes, and yet there doesn't seem to be any real scheme to provide people with compensation. So we must have known that when you moved in. Well, yes, when we moved in, the government was actually defending the coastline. It's now taking the decision not to. That's a problem, isn't it?
Absolutely. I think people do expect government to intervene, and they do expect us as a society to decide, what do we spend our money on and how do we protect people. So when there are protecting coronavirus, you have to protect people. I suppose you would expect people to be protected. We do have an expectation that our responsibilities, we want to see government put into action, and I think that's very important. Can I just say, if I may, just publicise something since
Absolutely.
Matt started.
What are you appearing at?
I just want to say, and it may be only a minor thing, but if you lick the roof of your mouth, you can stop yourself sneezing. And
I wasn't expecting that.
And
When is this show on?
and you can stop yourself sneezing, or at least you can postpone it until you maybe got off the bus, gone out of the room, got your handkerchief out, and it's not just coronavirus, but it's all sorts of flu and all sorts of things. So I just think it's a message. If everybody would like to share the message,
I'm trying it now.
We're all trying it. Try it every time you're going to sneeze, even when you're driving. It stops you closing your eyes when you sneeze.
So in 10 years, I've never sneezed on this programme, but I nearly did a couple of weeks ago. I'm going to remember that. And if the feeling ever comes back,
I'm sure
I'm
your
going to
guests
think
will be
of
very
you.
grateful if you do.
Dean, have I come to you? I can't. You haven't come to me. Let's come to you. I can't.
This has come up before in this discussion about responsibility. Who's responsible? I'll give another illustration that comes across all party divides and so on. A number of people encourage to own decent cars and have had that kind of the sense of anger and some friends, but there is a real something told to take a leap, and then the whips the metal of the rug was pulled away. I responsibility. And why do we have an open society? The key thing is we have an open society. We have a debate on this each other, whether that's Hancock was at the right level or not, to say the shadow, the dead, etc. They can question Hancock and hold his feet to the fire. He wants to know down whether something started in China. These things, the lack of accountability, the secret-ness, the protectionism on the kind of drugs that palliated this in the first place, and the first cracks that widened massively beyond the corners where the first crack in Xi's leadership in a very long time. And that's the key difference, is that we can, as it were, really question the professionals, question the politicians, and throw them out of the book.
Great. Well, we've got time, hopefully, for 2 more questions, so let's quickly go to the break. It's 8:45.
LBC and its sister stations from Global come together to bring you, and the winner is the Global Awards 2020 with Berry.co.uk. Its performances on the night from legendary films Alan Jones, Andy Golding, and Russell Watson. Listen or watch Thursday the 5th of March from 5 p.m. to hear everything from this incredible awards night on Global Play. The Global Awards 2020. LBC.
At Lidl, we're always little on price. This month, next month, every month. Our prices are always little. And sometimes little. From tomatoes to tatties, chicken to chilies, from own brands to big brands. So you know your money will always go far. Now that's big on quality and always little on price. Subject to availability, selected stores excludes an eye.
30 years ago, George Bush Sr. announced the dawn of a new world order. And if you look at the news today, it seems that order is coming undone. I'm Thomas Small, a historian and Middle East expert, and with Eamon Dean, I host a podcast called Conflicted. Eamon, what are you exactly?
I used to be a jihadist, an MI6 spy, and now I'm a security consultant.
To hear us connect the dots behind recent events, listen to Conflicted wherever you get your podcasts.
Ross saved time and money by getting his MOT and service done together at QuickFit, so he decided to treat Emma to a little something.
Aw, thanks, babe. I knew you'd remember.
Of course he remembered. He doesn't know what yet, but that's just a detail. Book at quickfit.com or visit your local QuickFit today and drive away happy.
Heading to Leeds to see the grandparents. Little one's going to get spoiled rotten. If your trip is over a week away and you haven't booked your train ticket yet, that means you're in line to book LNER's Mighty Fine 29. It's only £29 each way from London to Leeds if you travel between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. Monday to Saturday. Now we're on our way. Book direct at lner.co.uk. £51,229 seats available up to a week before travel. Standard advance fares on direct trains, subject to availability.
If you've lost money on a stocks and shares ISA sold by a bank or financial advisor, you may be due thousands in compensation. Text GOOD to 78900 and Goodwin Barrett will explain your options.
3, 2, 1, let's go! What have you done with my OCT eye scanner? I'm supposed to be doing an eye scan with Mrs. Green.
We launched it like you said.
I meant launch it to the public, not on a rocket.
Oh.
Tell them how it takes a hospital-grade 3D image that could help detect eye conditions up to 4 years earlier.
Oh, sugar.
And that it's available at Specsavers.
Oh, and now also in outer space.
Introducing our most advanced eye exam with OCT scans. Search Specsavers OCT to find out more. Charge applies. OCT available at selected stores.
New Yakult Light is enriched with vitamin D and E. Magically placed there by golden sunbeams, carried on the wings of ancient butterflies. No. They're added by scientists and filled with Yakult's unique bacteria scientifically proven to reach the gut alive. Yakult, a little bottle of science, not magic.
Cross Question with Ian Dale on LBC.
Robinhood believes now is the time to do money. Without the commission fees and account minimums, so you can start investing wherever you are, even on the bus. Download now and get your first stock on us. Robinhood.
it's 10 to 9 here in LBC. I'm going to ask for short answers to the next two questions. But keep your calls coming because we might squeeze another one in at the end. 0345 6060 973. Colin is from Brickhouse in West Yorkshire. Hello, Colin.
Hello there. How are you doing?
All right.
My question is this. Once we decided to leave the EU, the first thing that Theresa May did was offer £30 billion to them. My question has been for the last 3 years is what has happened to our assets within the EU over the last 45 years? We've ploughed money in over 45 years, and yet I've never heard any politician or any advisor mention the assets that we have within the EU that has been mentioned in the negotiation. That's my question.
All right. Dean.
Well, of course, getting our money back, because that's been the great theme of the whole EU debate. Of course, it started in modern iteration with Thatcher in the early 1980s, and it's continued through the periods of debates on the single currency, ERM, etc. Where the argument, of course, and this is certainly not my position, the argument of those who Eurocrats would be that we've been part of the club, we've therefore paid in our dues. Of course, we all know that we paid in massively in excess of we were a net contributor. One of the reasons for the tremendous upheaval and the hostility to Brexit, of course, amongst much of the bureaucracy, is that our departure upends that entire system of payments that exist, and there will be countries, Republic of Ireland being one example, which will be a big loser. And in some ways, I wasn't that hostile to the idea that Britain continues, that we sort of, as it were, make a decent financial offer to get out. If get out we indeed did, that of course debate was muddied under Theresa May's ministry, particularly after the 2017 general election. But I think now we're getting out, and the real question, as we all know, is on what the terms of the free trade agreement are. And what I think this government has shown is that if you stand firm, the debacle that's been predicted by so many of the naysayers hasn't actually come about, and that we can stand our own ground on regaining control and a measure of national self-respect.
Well, yes, it wasn't only Margaret Thatcher, was it, who made sure that we were trying to get the money back, and Tony Blair was doing the same, getting the rebate. It's always been a discussion that we've had with Europe, but I think the difficulty now...
You gave away quite a lot of the rebate, didn't you?
Well, to be perfectly fair, I think we also did quite well on a number of issues in terms of our financial settlement with Europe. But I think the problem now is that we do need the very best of negotiations in order to make sure that we do unmuddle the intricacies that we are all joined up in, and that we do end up with a decent trade agreement. And I just hope that the tone of that changes from what we've heard this week, so that we can have something constructive. It's going to be a very, very tricky negotiation. I don't think it's going to be easy for either side.
Harriet Baldwin.
Well, the way I would look at it is that there is one bit of change that I think very significant chunk of change we get back, which is the capital that we had in the European Investment Bank. But the rest of it has been like paying a council tax every year. We've been paying in a tax effectively into the EU budget, and that's spent, I'm afraid. And it's like when you move house, you don't get a refund on the council tax you've already spent. And the amount that was agreed in the withdrawal agreement, the 39 billion, that was stuff that we had agreed to pay out while we were in the EU. So it was things like, an example I always use is Peter Mandelson's pension, which is going to carry on for the rest of his life. And so there are some sort of tail obligations that will fade out over time. But you can't get back the money that you paid in while you were sort of paying it like a council tax.
Well, we're very lucky to have the ghost of Margaret Thatcher with us.
I want my money back.
No, I think, as the caller was talking about, basically, the money that we've paid into the EU, why aren't we getting it back? Where is it? And it's over there. They're using it. It's been, it wasn't money that we just popped into a savings account and then decided, well, actually, no, we don't want to be here anymore. We're going to take it with us. It's being used. It's being, we've invested in the infrastructure of Europe. And if, it was a rugby club and you joined in and you decided to pay for the new bar being built, and then you decided you were no longer a member of the rugby club, you wouldn't be allowed to use the bar. It's as simple as that. So this idea of, I want my money back, where is it? Where is this money that we've given to Europe? Why can't we have it back? It's because it's being spent. And if you...
Well, the real answer to the question that Colin asked surely is that, well, the assets that we had were netted off. So it would have actually been much more than 39 billion, but they presumably then calculated it, taking into account the assets that we had invested over the years. At least that's what I assume happened. Colin, thank you very much for that. Let's have a text question. This says, does the panel see yesterday's inquiry report as a waste of money, or as Boris Johnson once called it, spaffed up the wall? Should Margaret Thatcher's statue be torn down as she turned a blind eye to the abuse? Harriet Baldwin.
I didn't see that reported in the inquiry about Margaret Thatcher, but I do think the inquiry has been valuable. It has shed some light.
Well, it did talk about the case of Peter Morrison, didn't it, where they say she knew what his proclivities were and didn't do anything about it.
And I think it's shown some clarity on what was happening all those years ago. And so I think from that point of view, and certainly for the victims, it will have come as something that really has resolved many issues for them.
But in the sense that it said there was no organised Westminster paedophile ring, you think, well, all this money has been spent. Was it a waste of money?
Well, I think it's brought clarity and accuracy and truth to what, as you say, was a sort of fairly frenzied rumour mill. And so I do think that it's valuable to have had that truth come out.
Dean.
Well, we seem to swing between two extremes. On the one hand, in that period, perhaps the era of Cyril Smith, there were people sort of tiptoed around the issue, those kind of issues much too gingerly. Now we're in a totally different culture where anyone like Carl Beech can come up and make accusations of such wildness and the extremity that the police collapse like a pack of cards and just and they're away with it. And all kinds of decent people, their last days of their lives are immiserated, their reputations thrown into a very serious question. The Cyril Smith, who's been on the front page, and obviously the issues around him are what led to David Steele's resignation from the Liberal Democrats and from the House of Lords. Cyril Smith was a most tremendous bully by all accounts of everyone I've ever spoken to, threw his weight around, perhaps literally as well as metaphorically, and was a very difficult person to handle, and it's now come, as it were, home to roost, as it were, and it's a sad end for David Steele's career. But I think that the victims, from that era, deserve better, just as now so-called victims are believed unquestioned.
Matt Teffer, the real truth here is that politicians act in their own party's interest. The reason that David Steele didn't do anything about Cyril Smith, it was because it was in the aftermath of the Jeremy Thorpe scandal, and it would have been the death of the Liberal Party. Margaret Thatcher and colleagues didn't do anything about Peter Morrison, even though they knew, because they knew that it would be to the detriment of their party's reputation. It's as simple as that, isn't it?
Simple. I mean, there are lots of reasons to tear down the statue for Margaret Thatcher, and this is just another one to throw on the pile, really. I mean, obviously this is horrific, and I think we need to listen to survivors of sexual abuse and see what they, I don't think tearing down Margaret Thatcher's statue, did she turn a blind eye? Yes, she did, and that's, raised a lot of questions, and we need to look into that further. But it's a very complicated issue when it comes to victims of sexual abuse, and I'm never quite sure where to place myself on.
Okay. Nia.
Well, absolutely vital to have had that inquiry, both for the victims, but also going forward, hopefully to act as a deterrent in future, that people are not going to be able to get away with things like this. But I think the whole issue is very much tied up as well with who was in Westminster at the time. Obviously, not being there, I can't talk about the culture. What I can tell you is that when the significant number of women became MPs, issues that women like to raise, concerns about the way that women are treated, a lot of these have become topics that have been discussed and talked about. And I think there's a culture previously that was in that horrible space of regarding the victims as asking for it, and this appalling type of attitude towards people that we have seen, and unfortunately has even in more recent times been quoted and used by people. So I think it's very, very important that we are changing
there's still a lot to do. Like these non-disclosure agreements that cover up criminal activity, we've got to get those banned. Yeah.
Well, thank you to all four of you for being with us for the last hour. If you've missed any of this program, if you have missed any of our cross questions in the past, they're all available on the Cross Question podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcast from. So thank you to Dean Dodson, Harry Baldwin, Leah Griffith, and Matt Tedford. Coming up in the next hour, we're going to talk coronavirus. It's 9 o'clock.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 9 o'clock, around 160 British people at a coronavirus hit hotel in Tenerife will now stay in lockdown for the next fortnight. The Foreign Office has been in touch with the group after 4 cases there. Several new diagnoses have been made across Europe.
The all-new Hyundai Sonata.
Gotcha.
With class-exclusive remote smart parking assist. You won't find that on any Accord, Camry, or Altima.
Our intro, which was, of course, his comments about invading Iraq, which has killed over 1 million people. But more recently, he was writing love letters to Mohammed bin Salman in Saudi Arabia. A major friend of any type of, a mouthpiece of the corporate intelligence and, quote unquote, like intelligence apparatus of the United States. Our intro, which was, of course, his comments about invading Iraq, which has killed over 1 million people. But more recently, he was writing love letters to Mohammed bin Salman in Saudi Arabia. A major friend of any type of, a mouthpiece